The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
We are live down here on the grid. We're about to get set with the second day of 3 in the season finale of the 2017 Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. My name's Xander Clemens here with the Max Speed Entertainment Group. We're bringing to you the Rock Junior class that's currently gridded up behind me. Over 30 drivers are set to do battle for their second of 3 heat races. Again, heats 2 and 3 take place today to set up for the grid for the pre-final tomorrow morning. And of course, the results of that set the grid for the final race of the 2017 Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. As I mentioned, over 30 hungry Rock Juniors are set to go green a few minutes before those engines come to life. But here in a beautiful and hot, sunny day here in Ocala, Florida, for everyone tuning in from around the world, watching us live on our official website, YouTube, Race Monitor, our official live timing and scoring app, or even later on today through our official Facebook page. Welcome to Ocala Grand Prix. Less than 1 minute away from the drivers hitting the racetrack for the Rock Junior class. Once again, one of our biggest fields in all of the 2017 Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. The VCI, powered by AM Engines, Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. Rock Jr. Heat number 2 grid at the third and final round sees Arias Duke-Medjin and Tyler Gonzalez making up the front row. Dylan Gennaro, Zachary Hollingshead start on row number 2. Mateus Morgado will start in row number 3 on the inside alongside Diego Ramos. Then on row 4, we'll find 2 Tony Kart pilots, Victor Shoma in the 204 and Eduardo Barrichello in the 291. Garrett Hughes and Jordan Menge are going to round out the top 10 to make it a complete OTK lockout of the first 5 rows. Row number 6 will be the first of the non-OTK branded machines. It'll be the CRG for Goodwood Kartways of Henry Kubitis, and he'll start alongside Zanella Racing's Cody Crucker. Row number 7, it'll be Kuna USA's Jeremy Fairbairn and the Privateer number 281 Tony Kart driver Caleb Bacon. Row number 8 will find Sebastian Montoya in the Team Montoya Burrell Art and Jade Hubert in the number 221 Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart. Row number 9 finds Alejandro Cirillo and Diego Ortiz, and rounding out the top 20 will be Yao Matos and Nicholas D'Orlando. These heats have a static starting grid, which means that it is the exact same results from qualifying to set the grid for all 3 heat races, with Arias Duke-Medjin and Tyler Gonzalez grouping your field together as they head over to the tree hairpin. We're going to bring them down the somewhat long back straightaway here. This is the shortest racetrack that the Florida Winter Tour stops at, clocking in lap times under the 40-second bracket. It is a bull ring here at the Ocala Grand Prix, one of the shorter racetracks on the national circuit. And the field about to come around the showcase hairpin, the turn that comes right by some of the grandstands, which will have nearly all of your parents and mechanics. They'll come onto the front stretch, which will be the last part of our seating area. And a beautiful day with a beautiful looking grid. Everyone perfectly into the tram lines. Arias Duke-Medjin, Tyler Gonzalez, green flag in the air down to turn number 1. Tyler Gonzalez did not get a good start this time. He got a fantastic one in Heat 1. He'll slot into third, just ahead of what looks to be Mateus Morgado. Morgado getting a couple of bumps from behind. He's now under a lot of pressure to turn number 5 from Victor Shoma. He'll go to the inside of Zachary Hollingshead. Arias Duke-Medjin leads the way here. Dylan Gennaro slotted into the second spot. Gonzalez into third. Morgado fourth. Shoma fifth. Hollingshead sixth. Diego Ramos seventh. Henry Kubitis to eighth. Jeremy Fairbairn up to ninth. And it looks like it's the 244 of Jordan Menge up to 10th in the NRM Motorsports Tony Kart. Duke-Medjin leads lap 1 here, and it's a big train behind him, at least 4 karts, if not more, as they head for turn 5. Here goes Dylan Gennaro. He's having to fend off a hard-charging Tyler Gonzalez, who is all over the bumper. He'll go by over in turn number 5. Through 5, 6, 7, now to turn number 8. Tyler Gonzalez shuffling Dylan Gennaro back to the 4th spot. Gennaro under a lot of pressure from the drivers behind him, including the likes of Victor Shoma and Diego Ramos, who now go side by side to the final turn. Ramos goes through. Hollingshead to the bumper of Shoma now to turns 1 and 2. Arias Duke-Medjin trying to get away. Tyler Gonzalez, Mateus Morgado nose to tail as they head for turn 5. Duke-Medjin leading by about 2 to 3 kart lengths as they head for turn 6. Now over to turn 7 and into turn number 8, the tree hairpin out of the final hairpin on the racetrack towards the last turn. It's, like I mentioned, 2 to 3 kart lengths between Duke-Medjin and Gonzalez. 3 karts together up front. Dylan Gennaro trying to close the gap back to the leaders, and it's a spaced out line behind them, still fairly close. Duke-Medjin continues to lead. Arias Duke-Medjin did look a little bit quicker than Tyler Gonzalez at the end of heat number 1, but Gonzalez being able to fight hard in the opening laps allowed the drivers behind Duke-Medjin to get a chance at trying to fight him. And that held up Duke-Medjin just enough for Gonzalez to be able to stretch the gap out and hold on to it by the end of it. Now Duke-Medjin pulling away from Speed Concepts Racing's Tyler Gonzalez. Arias Duke-Medjin getting some help from Alex Speed in the Duke Spine Racing tent. The Cosmic Driver leads here once again. A couple more laps complete at the Ocala Grand Prix as they head through the opening couple of turns. An awesome shot here over at turns 2 and 3. And you can see the field then going from 3 into turn number 4, over to 5, 6, and then into the tree hairpin. When calling this a little bit between turn 7 and turn 8, it depends how you really break up turn 1. Some guys will, some won't, but either way, it's roughly the same turns if you go off the landmarks, of course. Out of the final turn, Duke Medjin, the gap lengthening once again. This time, Gennaro to the inside of Mateus Morgado. A textbook pass for Dylan Gennaro. He'll go to position number 3. Morgado down to 4th, and Gennaro now sets his sights on Tyler Gonzalez. Dylan Gennaro's had a solid run here to close out the Florida Winter Tour. The leading Team OGP driver, along with the likes of Eduardo Barrichello and Zachary Hollingshead. Gennaro to P3, and he's a kart length back from Tyler Gonzalez as we watch this battle for second. Arias Duke Medjin continues to lead. 6 laps complete and 6 laps to go for Duke Spines. Arias Duke Medjin. Tyler Gonzalez second. Dylan Gennaro goes purple last time by, even with the pass over at turn number 1. Gennaro 1/10 quicker than Gonzalez and Duke Medjin as we watch your field head over into the tree hairpin. Once again, this time by 5 laps to go for race leader Arias Duke Medjin. An awesome shot here right down on the ground over at turn number 1. Fantastic to see how quick these karts are going by. These are pretty high-speed Rock Junior machines, upwards of 65 miles an hour at some of our longer circuits. I'm sure they're pushing that as they head down the front stretch to turn number 1, definitely near a top-end zone. But for the most part, this track is pretty tight and technical, especially in the section they're coming out of right now, the back hairpins. Tyler Gonzalez by about a kart length and a half over Dylan Gennaro. After Gennaro got by Morgado, he hasn't really closed the gap up too much to Gonzalez. They've also held even to Arias Duke Medjin. Duke Medjin's lead at about 7/10 of a second back to Tyler Gonzalez. Mateus Morgado dropping back ever so slightly from the top 3. They're sort of in a league of their own at a 37.6 second bracket. That's about a 10th of a lap quicker than Mateus Morgado. Zachary Hollingshead in the Team OGP Tony Karts actually worked his way back up to the 5th spot. He's gone by Victor Shoma, and Hollingshead now starts to look to close up to AM Racing Engine's VCI driver, Mateus Morgado. That time by, Tyler Gonzalez cut about a 10th of a second into the lead of Arias Duke Medjin. Definitely a longer run setup on the number 257 Tony Kart. This time he's got 2.5 laps to close even more. It'll be extremely tight in terms of making it in before the buzzer for Gonzalez. That lead about 5 to maybe 6 kart lengths from first to second. Our focus remains right now on this potential battle for 4th, but you can see the leaders just a little bit ahead as well. This battle for 2nd between Gonzalez and Gennaro. 2 laps to go for Arias Duke Medjin. Another half-tenth cut off for Tyler Gonzalez. He's definitely gaining on the Duke Spine Cosmic Driver. It is a flip of the script from heat number 1, where Gonzalez got away early and then was reeled back in by Duke Medjin in the closing laps. Duke Medjin simply ran out of time. I'm not sure if that will be the same fate here with the drivers in the opposite positions as Gonzalez. Right now the quickest driver on the racetrack, but he is not reeling in Duke Medjin nearly enough to be able to challenge him. This time by, out of the showcase hairpin we go. White flag in the air. 1 lap remains for Arias Duke Medjin. Definitely spaced out a little bit here for your top drivers. No real big battles inside the top 10. There's a little bit of one forming right around the pack with Diego Ramos, Jordan Menge, and Henry Kubitis. But for the most part, no big challenges and no challenge after the opening lap. Arias Duke Medjin getting a much better start here in heat number 2. That lead at 5 kart lengths is more than enough comfort to take his normal line in the showcase. Arias Duke Medjin wins heat number 2. Tyler Gonzalez finishes second. He goes purple, fastest driver on the racetrack by 2/10 over Duke Medjin, that time by at least a tenth quicker than Dylan Gennaro and Mateus Morgado, who definitely found some speed in the closing laps. The gap cut back down from what was nearly a second to about 4.5 tenths. So a big-time gain, just too little too late for Gonzalez here in the second heat race for the Orsilon Racing Rock Junior Division. Next up, it's the Mini Rock class. Again, the other extremely large turnout here, just under the cap in terms of forcing us to split them into two total rounds of heats and 4 total groups. Again, the standard format with a class that exceeds the 34 driver mark is to go ahead and split them into 4 groups based after qualifying. The first place qualifier going to Group A, the second place driver being the fastest for Group B, then Group C for third, and Group D for fourth. And then each heat race on the weekend has 2 groups in the session. So you'll race everyone in your group 3 times for all 3 heats. You'll race everyone else a minimum of 1 time, as Group B will verse A, C, and D all at different times for their 3 heat races. However, this weekend in Mini Rock and Rock Junior, the season finale for every series in karting seems to always just be a tad bit lighter in terms of turnout compared to the opening 2 rounds, and that's no different here, but it's still an action-packed field of over 30 drivers in both Mini Rock and Junior Rock. We've also got quite a few other classes that are fairly big as well. The Micro Rock class is still just as big as we saw it over in Homestead, over 25 drivers, nearly 30 in that one. Senior Rock still has the same top contenders that we saw at the opening round in Homestead and round 2 at Palm Beach. And, of course, our shifter Senior Rock class always stacked to the brim with talent. A few drivers coming out for just this round, including IMSA WeatherTech Championship driver Jack Hawksworth, competing under the Cooney USA banner. So 1 full run through the rotation here for the second round of heats for all 7 of the Rock Cup USA classes in the 2017 VCI, powered by AM Engines Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. But following this second round of heats, we'll take a short break on our broadcast, give our operations crew for Max Speed Entertainment the opportunity to grab some lunch and catch their breath. We've got quite a bit more racing that should be just as exciting as what we have already witnessed this morning. And then we'll come back with the third and final round of heats. And again, if we had just a tiny bit more on any of these classes, we would be forced to have last chance qualifiers, which would, on the standard race day format, follow our round of heat races. In this case, we won't. So right around 3:15 should wrap up our on-track action. But tonight, again, a brand new Facebook's live segment, a YouTube live segment as well, a full addition to our live broadcast. We'll have a great 30-minute approximately show that'll be coming your way, featuring some of the championship contenders. More information on that throughout today's broadcast and our social media outlets. Stay posted, but we've got a whole bit more of action coming your way on top of the amazing heat races we're already witnessing. For Mini Rock, it is a Bennett kart lockout on the front row. Carson Morgan put it on the pole in qualifying. He's had a great run through the heat races in Palm Beach to really find his own on Saturday. So 1 month ago from today, in terms of round number 2 on day 2 of 3 in the official racing action, Carson Morgan really came to life. And now this weekend qualifying on the pole. He didn't have the best heat race in heat number 1, fell back a little bit, but I'm sure he's found, or at least worked hard to find, a little more speed overnight. He'll start alongside his Bennett kart teammate Santiago Trissini, who is the driver who won heat number 1 in convincing fashion after working together with Reese Gold, another Bennett driver. That puts Bennett kart 1, 2, and 3. Gold led for a little bit, working his way to the front, but Trissini's pace was simply unmatched in the opening heat race of the weekend, and he was able to take the win by a couple of kart lengths over Gold. Gold starts on the inside of row number 2. He'll start alongside Team Fallon Racing's Connor Zilich, the energy car driver, and the number 172 rolls off on the outside of row number 2. Row 3, as we see the field start to make their way off the grid, will feature another energy driver for Energy Corsa North America. That will be Luca Mars, the Pilates-sponsored number 108 machine. Starts to the inside of the Bennick of Anderson Leonard. Anderson Leonard, just like Carson Morgan, has been in sort of Morgan's position back at Palm Beach. He's been consistent. He's been up front. He's been looking for that extra little bit of pace to not only challenge for the lead, but take home a victory in any of the heat races, pre-finals or finals of the Florida Winter Tour. Leonard, a front runner in cadet competition for the last year and a half, and he's been working on his craft every single weekend. A hardworking Anderson Leonard will be looking for just a little bit more here in heat number 2. As I mentioned, he starts on the outside of row number 3. Row 4 features Kuna USA's James Agozi, one of the youngest drivers in the Mini Rock field, that starts on the inside of Nitro Kart sponsor driver Ashton Chilton. I spoke briefly with Ashton last night. Ashton definitely had this close to the speed that he wanted to be comfortable with to challenge for the win. Just needed a little bit better start to heat number 1 than what he got to be able to do so. So we'll see if the Nitro Kart driver starting on the outside of row 4 can find what he needs here this weekend in Ocala. Row 5. As you see them come into picture, looks to be Alessandro DeTulio, and one more I just can't make out as the entire Mini Rock field comes on by. As Alessandro DeTulio and Dale Curran. My apologies there to the Curran family. The bright red and white colors easily picked out here in person on the racetrack. The field coming to a crawl with Carson Morgan at the helm as we go into the showcase hairpin. The grandstands beginning to fill, especially over by our last turn on the racetrack. It is time to go Mini Rock racing once again here in the Florida Winter Tour. 30 plus 8 to 12-year-old Mini Rock drivers are going to file into the tram lanes. A beautiful shot of the Team Bordonia Racing Mini Rock field. We do not go green here too fast onto the power, so no green for the Team Bordonia Racing Mini Rock drivers. That was way too fast of a start. They have to keep it under 30 miles an hour. One of the interesting things that the Max Speed Entertainment Group does here at the Florida Winter Tour, we actually do have a full radar gun and speedometer display on the front stretch. It shows the leaders visibly. It gives them an exact number of how fast they're going. And before the bright yellow line and double yellow cones on the front straightaway, they have to remain under 30 miles an hour in order to get the green. You have multiple Max Speed Entertainment officials here on the front stretch. We have Chuck Yoder, our race director, another one of our assistant race directors, Darren McDonough, and senior track marshal and head flagger, Cam Egger, who will be making the ultimate decision on whether or not we go racing. The Max Speed Entertainment rules here for the Florida Winter Tour in 2017 gives the front row 2 full attempts at trying to get the race started. If both attempts fall through and the field was either too fast or whatever the reason was here with the front row deemed at fault, then they will be put back to the second row, and the second row starters will be moved up to the front row. So this is the last attempt here. This is attempt number 2 of 2 in the allotted attempts for the front row if they want to start still first and second. Carson Morgan, Santiago Tracini again into the tram lanes, this time looking a little better. Green flag in the air, and we're underway down to turns 1 and 2. The field filing out. Santiago Tracini may have moved over just a tick early out of his tram lane. I'm not sure when the green flag was displayed, but he's still fighting hard as he'll find a place in line behind James Agozi. Alessandro DeTulio tried to go through. Oh, big crash over at turn number 3. 3, maybe 4 drivers around. It doesn't look like anyone went up and over, but that definitely has spaced out the back half of your field. Everything from about 15th on back from Chloe Chambers farther back in the field has really been spaced out. Up front, though, Carson Morgan sees nothing but clear racetrack. Out of turn number 10, he will lead lap number 1. Reese Gold's gone to second, Luca Mars third, and Carson Morgan, Santiago Tracini has worked his way up into the 4th spot. He's gone back by James Agozi. So a 5-cart breakaway up front. James Agozi at the tail end in the number 148 for Bennett Chassis. And then the Energy Corsa North America pilot Luca Mars right sandwiched in between them, running third. In the 6th spot, it's Connor Zilish right now. The team fell in actually 7th as he's fallen behind Alessandro DeTulio. DeTulio working his way forward. The VCI AM Engines driver climbing forward in the field. Now, for the lead, Reese Gold to the inside of Carson Morgan. He'll bring Luca Mars with him, and Gold to the lead over at turn number 3. So now Reese Gold leads the 5-cart pack. It is definitely a breakaway from 6th and 7th. Alessandro DeTulio, Connor Zilish trying to close up to your leaders as we continue to shuffle back over at turn number 5 and 6. Luca Mars getting shuffled back to 3rd as Carson Morgan goes up to 2nd. Now here comes Santiago Tracini. He'll train to the inside of Mars. Agozi tries to follow through as well. Luca Mars being outnumbered here in the wrong type of blue go-kart. And Mars shuffled, still fighting for the 4th spot as they go to turns 1 and 2. The 3 Bennett kart drivers working together flawlessly at the moment. Reese Gold leads. Carson Morgan 2nd. Santiago Tracini 3rd. Unfortunately for them, the battling especially farther back with James Agozi going through to 4th has brought Alessandro DeTulio and Connor Zilish to almost be within drafting distance. Now Carson Morgan, Santiago Tracini, they get tripped up out of the tree hairpin 3 wide down to turn number 10. James Agozi, a big-time move to 3rd. Santiago Tracini in 2nd. Carson Morgan throws his hands in the air as he gets freight trained even more down to turn 1. He's frustrated, understandably so. He went side by side with Santiago Tracini as Tracini tried to go by in the tree hairpin. They made contact, and Morgan now all the way down to 7th. Alessandro DeTulio cracking the top 5 for the first time today. A lot of chaos here in the Mini Rock second heat race on the weekend. Reese Gold with a big gap back to Santiago Tracini, but it's not insurmountable. This time by, they'll get the cross flags in the 10-lap heat race. 5 laps in, 5 to go. Reese Gold leads the way. James Agozi, Luca Mars trying to work together. They're 3rd and 4th. Connor Zilish has gone by Alessandro DeTulio now, and that's pulled them a little bit farther away from the 3rd and 4th duo. Santiago Tracini, although without a dancing partner, just went purple all on his own. The fastest driver on the racetrack is the number 194, Bennett. He's 3 kart lengths back from Reese Gold, cutting the gap in half from what it was last time by. So we will see the pack start to come back together. Gold leads the way this time by. 4 laps to go, but Santiago Tracini is closing. James Agozi, Luca Mars trying really hard to try and help get into the fight as well. They'd love to continue to go toe-to-toe with Santiago Tracini and Reese Gold, 2 of cadet racing's best here in North America. Out of turn numbers 5, 6, now to turn 7, the tree hairpin. It is 1 kart length for Reese Gold. Watching this group for 3rd here, Agozi and Mars still nose to tail down to turn 10. Now Luca Mars, seeing that it's not working at the moment, he'll go through to 3rd. Connor Zilish, a late dive. What a move by Zilish. He'll go to 4th. Agozi down to 5th. Agozi now going to get shafted by Alessandro DeTulio and Carson Morgan. They both blow by the 148 machine as Reese Gold leads. Santiago Tracini 2nd. Tracini's actually gone by to the lead as well. Just off our cameras here, Santiago Tracini, your new leader. Reese Gold to 2nd. Back behind them, it's still too big of a gap for 3rd place. Luca Mars to get into the mix. Connor Zilish turning up the wick as well here in heat number 2. He's closing the gap up to the 108. They are running out of time to catch the number 194, though. Tracini, 2 kart lengths up on Reese Gold, and it is 2 laps to go in the second Mini Rock heat race on the weekend. One kart length separates Santiago Tracini and Reese Gold, so Gold still in the draft, but Tracini right now has had all but unmatched pace here at the Ocala Grand Prix. out of turn number 7. A 2-cart length, nearly 3-cart length now advantage for Santiago Trissini. A ton of bottom end power for the Bennett driver as he leads the way out of turn 10. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Santiago Trissini. Carson Morgan just off the edge of your screen there, went to defend back in the 5th spot. Battle for 3rd right now, still yet to really see anything of it as Connor Zilish is glued to the rear bumper of Luca Mars. They're hoping for Gold to make some kind of bonsai move and trip up both himself and Santiago Trissini. I just don't see it happening. He's not even close to being able to make that kind of attempt. Trissini, 1 look back to turn number 10, and it will be a continual sweep in the works. Heat 1 to Santiago Trissini. Heat 2 to Santiago Trissini. Reese Gold finishes 2nd, Luca Mars in 3rd, Connor Zilish finishes 4th, Carson Morgan 5th, Alessandro DiTullio finishes 6th, Nikita Johnson 7th, Dale Curran 8th, Jeremy Fletcher 9th, Anderson Leonard rounds out the top 10. But Santiago Trissini, once again, a very smart drive, being aggressive when he needed to and working the laps exactly how he liked them. It was not a big pack at the end of this one. It was just like he'd want him and Reese Gold away, but this time he didn't have to try and push Gold away from the field. The battling did that, and he simply ran him down on his own, putting together some fantastic lap times in the Team Bordonia Racing Mini Rock field. We'll watch them file into the scale line right now. Next up, it is your NF Sports Rock Senior Division. Austin Garrison, your pole sitter here. He has been the driver to beat all weekend. Arthur Least, the kid coming all the way from Brazil for all 3 rounds of the 2017 Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels in both the Rock Cup USA weekend and the Rotax Max Challenge weekend. We'll see him once again with us in 1 week's time right here at the Ocala Grand Prix for the Rotax Max Challenge Florida Winter Tour finale. But right now, he's focused solely on trying to find his way to the front of the field and be able to attack the championship lead built up by Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. The Brazilian comes into this event 3rd in the championship. Garrison and Norberg 1st and 2nd, and they're pretty close between splitting up the first 2 main events of the season. Norberg starts right behind Arthur Least on the outside of row number 2, and the driver that has been kind of silent here to start this weekend that qualified in the 3rd spot, the Cosmic number 304 in the NF Sports team entry, Andre Nicastro. Again, NF Sports, the team formed here for Andre Nicastro, his own operation, and he's competing underneath that banner here this weekend. Nicastro, a long-time driver here, and he has been a long-time veteran national and international level go-kart racer. So you know whenever he hops in the seat, he has very rarely shown any kind of rust. He's still not exactly where he'd like to be in terms of challenging for the win, but I'm sure by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon with the main events for the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour season finale, we will find Andre Nicastro right in the thick of the battle for the win. Every driver now in the seat of the go-kart. The engines are about to come to life here in the NF Sports Rock Senior Class. Austin Garrison, Arthur Least, your front row are Andre Nicastro, Ryan Norberg, row 2, Logan Cuson, and Augusto Soto Sharipa, row 3. Logan Cuson had one of his better qualifying runs of the Florida Winter Tour Championship back on Friday. He qualified in the 5th spot. I believe that might be the highest we've seen the number 399 qualify. He's definitely hovered around the top 5 for the majority of the season, looking for that extra edge, and he's been closing the gap up to the leaders every session here, including this weekend in Ocala. He starts alongside Augusto Soto Sharipa, who did not have the weekend in Palm Beach that he would have liked after such a strong run to be as fast as he was at the opening round of the Florida Winter Tour in Homestead. Augusto Soto Sharipa in the Burrell Art Machine starts on the outside of row number 3. Row number 4 sees the Rollison Performance Group Tony Kart of Gabriel Paterli, starting alongside the number 366 Cosmic of Axel Cabrera. And rounding out the top 10, it'll be the number 322 P1 Racing Tony Kart of Christian Cole, and the number 350 PSL Karting Barellard of Jen Noland. So we look for the green here in the NF Sports Rock Senior Field. The outlap complete. Austin Garrison, Arthur Least. Least with a very bad start, but the green flag is given. We're underway to turns 1 and 2. Ryan Norberg slotting down to the inside. What a start for the PSL Karting Barellard driver to go to third. One driver off the racetrack over at turn number 1. That was either Andre Nicastro or Logan Cusson. I believe Nicastro is still running. He's in second, now third, as Norberg goes through over at turn 5. Ryan Norberg fighting early to get to the front of the field. That might have been Logan Cusson over off the racetrack at turn number 1. He's had a very rough start to the Florida Winter Tour. He's actually still going just ahead of Paul Verbunen, but at the end of lap 1, your race leader is Austin Garrison. A close fight for second at the moment after Norberg has gone by, or went by Andre Nicastro. Nicastro, no move yet, but he'll look to the inside in turn number 4. Andre Nicastro back to P2. Norberg throwing his hand in the air just for a second. Kind of frustrated there with Nicastro as he'll slot in line behind the Cosmic driver. Meanwhile, Austin Garrison's lead is tremendous already here. We're going to complete lap number 2, and this time by Ryan Norberg, just a kart length back from Andre Nicastro, who's actually pulled away a little bit after getting by the Barellard driver. Andre Nicastro methodically making his moves when he needed to. It may not have been what Norberg thought was best, but it definitely is what Nicastro thinks will get him to the front of the field. Although at the moment, both drivers are still behind the quickest on the racetrack, which is your race leader, Austin Garrison. 37.667 for the comp car driver. He'll take a look back over to turn number 10, and a big gap, like I mentioned, over 1 second, nearly a second and a half. We'll see what it looks like this time as Nicastro takes a look back. No challenge from Norberg. They are still 0.3 of a second slower than Austin Garrison. There is no one quicker right now than J3 Competitions. Austin Garrison, no one even has this kind of an edge up on the field, even in either one of our Masters classes, whether it's Masters Rock Shifter or the single-speed Masters Rock class. Austin Garrison is simply dominating here at the Florida Winter Tour. I'm not sure if there's any round we've had where we've seen a driver this dominant, especially this consistently dominant from qualifying through Heat 1 on Friday and now here on Heat number 2 for Saturday. Austin Garrison nearly 2/10 quicker than Nicastro that time by. He was 4/10 faster than Ryan Norberg. Arthur Least is definitely quicker than the Burrell Art driver, the Orlando, Florida resident, Ryan Norberg, sitting third and losing ground to Andre Nicastro. Arthur Least, 2 carts back and closing as they head for turn 10. So Andre Nicastro really just sort of towing the drivers behind him around the racetrack. They were still 3/10 slower if you judge off Nicastro's time to Austin Garrison. That time by the stripe, a 37.440 for Garrison, a 37.71 for Andre Nicastro. This lap, it looks like Norberg will once again be a little quicker than the Cosmic driver. The Brazilian sitting P2 as Norberg closes now down to just 1 cart length up to the number 304 Cosmic. Andre Nicastro now about to come under some pressure. Here comes Norberg to the bumper over at turn 1. No move made. Nicastro holds the spot. Norberg third, Least fourth, and Augusto Soto Sharipa running in the 5th spot just a little ways back from Arthur Least. Oh, man, Arthur Least completely going wide over at turn 4, and there goes Norberg. He'll go by in turn number 5. Norberg by Andre Nicastro, and he'll have to defend into turn number 7. Nicastro definitely getting held up here as Norberg takes a look back a couple of times. Nicastro throws his hand in the air. Look forward, buddy. Let's go. Let's try and make up some ground. And he'll take a look back again. Nicastro once again throws his hand in the air. Norberg, come on, buddy. Let's work forward. Let's go. As Arthur Least is now a little ways back. They have some insurance behind them, whether they wanted to battle or simply just stay in line. Norberg a half cart length ahead of Nicastro, and Nicastro now being reeled back in by Arthur Least, who looks to be a little bit quicker than both drivers this time by. Austin Garrison really dialing it back now, 37.79 after starting really quick. You can tell the comp car driver is just in conservation mode, saving his equipment here for the main events and mainly for the pre-final to make sure no charges happen there, as they have to run on the exact same set of tires all the way through to the main event, because most drivers will want that fresh rubber for the session that counts the most. This time by the start-finish line, we'll see 3 laps to go. We're focused right now. Your cameras on the live broadcast watching Ryan Norberg, Andre Nicastro, Arthur Least, Augusto Soto Sharipa, and Gabriel Paturli in the battle for second. And on back, about a 5-cart train, and a little just on the edge of your screen is the Cosmic of Axel Cabrera. Into turn number 4, Arthur Least again hard on the brakes. He'll run a little bit wide. Augusto Soto Sharipa trying to find a way by. Now Least with a move over in turn 5. He'll go by Andre Nicastro. Nicastro also going to lose to Augusto Soto Sharipa. He'll throw it back down the inside in turn 7. Soto Sharipa now having to fend off from Gabriel Paturli, and that gives Andre Nicastro the gap he needs out of turn number 10. Soto Sharipa signaling animatedly to Gabriel Paturli. Work together. We can still catch Nicastro before this is done, but Andre Nicastro in that one move by Soto Sharipa defending to turn 10 has pulled maybe another half second away from the Burrell Art driver, and it's backed both him and Gabriel Paturli up to the front bumper of Axel Cabrera. Now there goes Paturli, a move to the inside. Oh, contact! Gabriel Paturli goes around. Gabriel Paturli and Augusto Soto Sharipa make contact, and they get hooked together at the exit of the tree hairpin. Oh, man, Gabriel Paturli was trying to find a way by here in the closing circuits, and Augusto Soto-Sharipa and him come together over by the tree turn. Meanwhile, your race leader, Austin Garrison, heading for turn number 7 for the final time in heat number 2. It has been nothing short of a perfect weekend there. As we watch him head over to the final corner on the racetrack, the Comp Cart J3 competition entry. Austin Garrison goes perfect and continues. He wins heat number 2. Ryan Norberg finishes second, Arthur Lease third, Andre Nicastro finishes fourth, and Axel Cabrera gets promoted up to 5th after the contact sidelines Augusto Soto-Sharipa and Gabriel Paterli. So a chaotic ending to what was more so a lackluster battle for the lead in the Rock Senior race there. Still some great fighting on the racetrack for second on back in the NF Sports Rock Senior class. Next up, it is our youngest drivers this weekend. The Micro Rock Division presented by Zanella Racing. We'll have Mateus Ferreira and Alex Powell on your front row. Going green in Micro Rock. Green flag in the air. Mateus Ferreira gets a good start. Alex Powell, not so much. He'll try to slot to third. A couple drivers going around out of turn number one. Only one falling all the way back. That might have been Pedro Caparelli. Not fully sure. We'll see if we can find him. Unfortunately, if that was, it looks like it may have been, as Mateus Ferreira right now being shuffled back to the rear bumper of Noah Baker. Behind him, it looks like that's Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. in the third spot. And now as we go to turn number 10, Elliot Cox has slotted to fourth. Paul Bacchus to P5. Alex Powell, P6. And behind them in seventh is Brandon Carr. That was indeed Pedro Caparelli in the kart mini entry. He started fifth and finds himself now all the way at the tail end with a big gap to make up on your leaders or anyone else on the racetrack entirely. With that said, the battle for the lead is about to heat up here. Mateus Ferreira has Noah Baker right on his tail, the energy driver, P2. He's got Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. right behind him. And then, of course, still in that pack, Elliot Cox, Alex Powell, who has now worked his way past Paul Bacchus, runs fifth, Bacchus sixth, a six-kart lead train. Danny Dzelski was taken out here in the opening lap, and he's now right in front of your leaders, but this battle side by side is for the top spot. Give it to Noah Baker. He'll see the lead here for the first time in heat number 2. On lap number 3, Noah Baker leads the way to turn 5 as they catch up to the lap traffic of Danny Dzelski. They're going to get tripped up a little bit over at turn number 6, and this will slow the field down. It's going to group your leaders up nose to tail. Alex Powell's gone by Elliot Cox, and out of the tree turn 7, Noah Baker down to the inside. He'll bring Ferreira with them as they all try to shuffle by Danny Dzelski. Oh, man, that really tripped up Mateus Ferreira. He made contact with Dzelski. He'll now force Alex Powell all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Throwing his hand in the air, he's frustrated. Again, that number 8 car, Danny Dzelski, is not in this battle for the lead. He was taken out in lap number 1 and is now right in the mix of the lead pack. Still leading the way, though, is Noah Baker. Mateus Ferreira second. Dzelski's still holding his own, so if he may have just gotten spun. Now Alex Powell goes by for third. Battle for fourth, Paul Bacchus versus Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. to turn number 10. Down the front stretch, it is still Noah Baker showing the way. Alex Powell trying to close up to the rear bumper of Mateus Ferreira. Ferreira's been strong here all season long in the Florida Winter Tour. The Brazilian trapped between the two American drivers, Noah Baker, Alex Powell, and Baker leads through turn 4. Behind Powell, it's Dzelski again, the lap driver just in between the lead pack. And then it's a big gap back to fourth place, Jesse Carrasquedo. Paul Bacchus runs fifth, and it looks like Ferreira, correction, that is going to be Elliot Cox, who's been shuffled back from Paul Bacchus in the 6th spot. Cox is all the way now within drafting distance of the carts behind him. Brandon Carr and Miguel Costa trying to close up as Costa has worked his way to P7. This has created just a 3-kart battle up front. Baker, Ferreira, Powell, your leaders as they head for 4. Out of turn 5, over to turn number 6. Again, Noah Baker showing the way into the tree turn. No challenge for second yet from Mateus Ferreira. Jesse Carrasquedo with a good move over in turn 7. He'll go by Danny Dzelski, and now it's just lead traffic in front of him as Powell has gone by Ferreira. Alex Powell with a great move back in the tree turn is up to second. Here he comes for the lead. Alex Powell to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 1. He'll go by Noah Baker, and new leader, the number 80 Tony Kart of Alex Powell. Speed Concepts Racing versus Energy Corsa North America. Powell versus Baker over to turn number 4, and a 4, maybe 3-kart gap back to Mateus Ferreira in third. Ferreira trying to get some help from fellow non-American Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., the Mexican driver, running P4, trying to close up to the number 27. Carrasquedo Jr. definitely making some strides here in heat number 2. He's pulled away from the pack behind them and is starting to reel in the top 3. battle back for the lead. Here comes Noah Baker with an answer to Alex Powell's challenge. He'll go one back on him in the same turn. 1 lap later, Noah Baker returns the favor. He is your leader once again as they head for 4. Powell runs second. He was able to get quickly back in line before Mateus Ferreira could close the gap up to the top 2. And then behind Ferreira, maybe 3 kart lengths to Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Paul Bacus has worked his way by Danny Dzelski, and the drivers behind him have as well. Elliot Cox has gone through. Miguel Costa trying to find a way by. Brandon Carr going to get shuffled over at 10 and change in the lead. Alex Powell has gone back by Noah Baker. So Alex Powell leading once again, his second time at the point. Baker second, Ferreira third, Carrasquedo Jr. fourth. Over to turn number 6, still single file. Noah Baker not making his charge for the lead just yet. Powell showing the way out of turn number 7. This time by, it will be the white flag coming into the air. 1 lap to go, and we've got a battle already underway here for the lead. Alex Powell all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll defend from Noah Baker to turn 1. Baker all over the bumper. Mateus Ferreira right behind as well. Baker, will he make a move to turn 4? No move here. Powell holds the lead, although he'll clip the curbing. It bogs him down, and Baker with a look to the inside in turn 5, but he couldn't make it stick. Now he has to go on the defensive from Mateus Ferreira. Ferreira throws it to the inside in 7. He'll bring Carrasquedo Jr. through to 3rd. Baker down to 4th, and Alex Powell, a big lead on the final lap. Now he'll exit turn number 10. 2 heat races complete, and 2 heat races to Alex Powell. Mateus Ferreira finishes 2nd, Carrasquedo Jr. 3rd, Baker 4th, Cox 5th, Bacus 6th. Miguel Costa sets the fastest time of the race on his last lap to finish 7th. Ian Aguilera finishes 8th. Mateo Rubio Luengo 9th. Brandon Carr rounds out the top 10. Once again, Alex Powell plays it smart. He comes away with a heat race victory here, his 2nd on the weekend in just 2 starts for the heats. 2 heats down, 1 to go for the Micro Rock drivers. Next up, it is the Rock Masters class presented by the AKT Racing Team. Zanella Racing Micro Rock again just wrapped up a fantastic run to the finish here with Alex Powell coming out on top. In the AKT Racing Team Masters Rock class, it's Ariel Castro versus Gaia Magno, who has been the driver to beat all season until Castro threw his name into the hat here for the season finale in Ocala. Still a couple of other drivers that might be able to challenge the top 2, starting farther back, including the likes of Miguel Gransal, Rodrigo Espina, Pedro Cabrera. But regardless, as we get set to go racing here, 3 more classes before a short break and 1 more run through the groups for heat number 3. So for the AKT Racing Team Masters Rock class, Ariel Castro, Gaia Magno make up the front row. Miguel Gransal, Pedro Cabrera. Row 2, Rodrigo Espina and Mark Julian. Row 3, Francisco da Costa, Flavio Menezes. Row 4, Miles Mahoney riding shotgun. 9 drivers looking to go green, and we will get it. Green flag in the air down to turn number 1. A good start for Ariel Castro, and contact! Around goes Miguel Gransal. Miguel Gransal around over at turn number 1. He was side by side with Rodrigo Espina, and Espina's actually gone ahead of Gaia Magno, who's fallen all the way to 4th. He'll fight back to the inside over at turn 5 as he goes side by side with Pedro Cabrera. Cabrera holds the position. Now this time Magno, turn 7. He goes through. Cabrera down to 4th. Cabrera fighting back in turn 10. He'll go a little bit too wide, though, and Gaia Magno, crossover move. What a job here by Gaia Magno. Side by side, still for 3rd down to turn 1. Magno takes it away over to turn number 2. So Cabrera now 2 kart lengths back after a little bobble exiting turn 3. Gaia Magno comfortably into the 3rd spot. Look at that amount of jack that Gaia Magno was able to get, lifting that rear inside tire for probably 2 to 3 seconds as he headed through turn number 4. He was nearly full lock for nearly half the corner. Gaia Magno 3-wheeling it around the Ocala Grand Prix as he tries to reel in Rodrigo Espina, who's doing a good job holding on to Ariel Castro. He only lost a couple of tenths last time by, but Castro's still the fastest driver at the moment. Gaia Magno is close in speed. If he can get by Rodrigo Espina, he'll still need to find a little more speed on the racetrack, a little quicker lap time to run down AM Racing Engine's VCI driver Ariel Castro. Ariel Castro is the man behind AM Racing Engines. He's been powering exclusively the power plants for the VCI team, running the GP and Parolin chassis. As now we have a change for 2nd. Here comes Gaia Magno comfortably through. Again, a textbook pass over at turn 1 to go by Rodrigo Espina. So Gaia Magno now leads that 3-kart train with Espina and Cabrera in tow. No battle at the moment for 2nd after Magno going through. It looks like he should be able to pull away once again. Gaia Magno finding himself in the 2nd spot, trying to chase down Ariel Castro here this weekend. Four laps complete here. Gaia Magno did go purple last time by, about a half-tenth faster than Ariel Castro, but it's a 1.5 second difference between the 2 drivers. Gaia Magno will need to absolutely turn the wick all the way up and beyond to run down the number 679. Castro has not made really many mistakes here this weekend, and as we watch the times come by the start-finish line, only a 1/10 of a second advantage for Gaia Magno. With 7 laps remaining, that will not be enough each lap to catch and have time to pass Ariel Castro. NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master is on the grid. The NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior class is on the pre-grid as well, as we watch here in the Rock Master Division presented by the AKT Racing Team. You're watching on your screen the potential battle for 3rd. And when I say potential, nothing has happened just yet between Rodrigo Espina and Pedro Cabrera, but Cabrera definitely closing up to the rear bumper of the Burrell Art driver as they head for turns 1 and 2. Last time by, Gaia Magno another 1/10.5 off the advantage of Ariel Castro. He is closing up to the AM Racing Engines driver. It's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when at this point. Gaia Magno will catch Ariel Castro. He'll still need just a little bit more to reel him in before the end of the race, as this time by, it'll be 5 laps to go, and Castro's lead will continue at over a second. a 2/10 advantage for Gaia Magno. He is pounding out the lap times right now, putting in the work. He's starting to see a little bit of the results and payoff. Magno going purple lap after lap. Ariel Castro consistent. He has put the last couple of laps within hundredths of each other. But it will still not be enough at this rate. Gaia Magno closing up enough. He should be there with maybe a lap remaining or so. Ariel Castro leads, Gaia Magno second. 4 laps to go with the Ocala Grand Prix. Castro took a look back down the front straightaway. He has to know that Gaia Magno is closing up to his bumper. But that time by, he was able to put a little bit quicker lap time out of the X-Prix kart. And unfortunately for Gaia Magno, he did not improve nearly as much as he had been, and he only gained about 0.03 of a second over Castro. That's not what Gaia Magno needed to be able to reel in Ariel Castro, the American over the Brazilian. 1 and 2, Ariel Castro, your leader, and it's still a little bit of an advantage at that time by about 0.5 tenths. Give it to Gaia Magno, but like I said, at this rate, it will not be enough to catch the number 679. The 2 laps to go signal will be given this time by. They're already half a lap in to lap number 10. And Ariel Castro with a near second advantage over Gaia Magno would have to really make a big-time bobble to open the door of opportunity. Meanwhile, this battle on the racetrack here for third, we've seen a change in position. Pedro Cabrera has gone by Rodrigo Espina as Castro leads the way down to turn number 1. Pedro Cabrera set his fastest time of the race here. Now he starts to pull away from the Barrel of Rodrigo Espina. Ariel Castro, your race leader by 1 second over Gaia Magno. And in fact, last time by, he even pulled away a little bit from the Orsolon Racing FA kart driver. White flag in the air. Ariel Castro sees 1 lap to go here over Gaia Magno, and it is even between the 2 drivers. The 0.5 tenth advantage either way for the past few laps, teeter-tottering between Magno or Castro with the upper hand. That kind of lap times for Ariel Castro is more than enough to hold the gap back to Gaia Magno. Just 3 more corners remain heading for turn number 7. And out of the tree hairpin, he heads for the showcase for the final time in heat number 2. While he was reeled in a little bit by Gaia Magno, it will not be enough to change the position. Ariel Castro wins heat 2 in Masters Rock. Gaia Magno finishes second, Pedro Cabrera third, Rodrigo Espina fourth, Mark Julian crosses the line to round out the top 5, and that does it for the AKT Racing team. Masters Rock Division. Next up, the first of the 2 NRM Motorsports sponsored classes, the Shifter Rock Masters Division is on the grid. We get set to go green here. Once again, a short break off the microphone, and we'll come back for the next 2 heats, and then a longer break on our full broadcast entirely of about an hour before we return for heat number 3 this afternoon, the final heat race on the weekend, and then again, our first ever Max Speed Live, the official title of the brand new segment, will be debuting this evening, featuring drivers up in the championship chases for the Micro Rock, Junior Rock, Mini Rock, and Shifter Rock classes. A great show coming your way. We will be posting more about it again on our social media pages. We're really excited about this one. I'm personally excited about getting to do this show. We've got a lot of fun segments planned for it, and it'll be live here on the Max Speed Entertainment official live broadcast through both our YouTube page and our official Facebook page. We need the driver of the number 31 in Micro Rock to please report to the steward's office. Driver the number 31 in Micro Rock to the steward's office. NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master is on the racetrack. They are gridded up, and we are set to go. Cam Egger dropping the green. We're underway. Igor Molkin with a fantastic start. 4 wide back in your field as they went side by side down to turn number 1. One driver gets turned a little bit wide there. That might be Janos Eiler. He'll slot into 6 as Molkin leads the way. Igor Molkin got the whole shot in heat number 1 as well, but unfortunately could only hold the lead till the halfway point. And at that point, that was exactly when Renato David was able to work his way to the point. One lap complete in the Rock Shifter Master Division. And so Igor Molkin leads. He's got Renato David all over his rear bumper. Over to turn number 7. Rock Shifter Master presented by NRM Motorsports. And Molkin just trying to hold on here. David still looking for a way by, but no success yet. Igor Molkin leads down to turn number 1. Here comes David, though. Move to the inside. Renato David to the point. Igor Molkin down to 2nd. Back in 3rd, Scott Davidson holds the position over Vicky Bryan. Farshad Bagheri runs in 5th. Janos Eiler in 6th. But Igor Molkin held off Renato David for half the amount of laps that he did back in heat number 1. David, a perfect maneuver over at turn number 1 to go to the lead. And Renato David shows the way here with a 4 to 5 kart length advantage over Igor Molkin down the front straightaway. 3 laps complete, and again, that is it. Renato David with a big gap and pulling away here from Igor Molkin. What an advantage for Renato David. A solid drive in qualifying, and as he leads the way here, now doubling that distance from what it was last time by back to Molkin. Molkin now may have to fend off a charge from Scott Davidson. Davidson in the Burrell Art Machine was 2/10 quicker than Igor Molkin last time by. We'll see what they hit lap times as they cross the stripe. David with a look over his right shoulder. No need to worry. Renato David 2/10 quicker than everyone else on the racetrack. Igor Molkin did turn up the pace a little bit that time. He went 4/10 quicker than his previous lap and 2/10 quicker than his previous best. And so that will sort of subside any chance at a battle for second. Scott Davidson lost 2/10 that time. But Igor Molkin just slowly losing ground and watching Renato David go out of sight. Once again, this is a familiar sight, unfortunately, for Igor Molkin here. The 2nd time that he's gotten a fantastic start to go to the lead and has had to watch Renato David pull away. Although at the stripe, they were even lap time-wise. He held that gap at 6/10. This race far from over. We're just coming to see the halfway point this time by, and Renato David at a 6/10 advantage over Igor Molkin. Maybe stalling out here. Molkin not really falling back too much. He may have gained a little bit this time to the back hairpins. So Igor Molkin with a setup that is definitely geared more towards the latter half of heat number 2. But it may pay off. He got a good start, held back David a little bit from getting away. Imagine if Renato David pulled away right off the get-go. That would have made it impossible. Although this time by at the stripe, it was a 300th advantage for Renato David. Scott Davidson currently holding the third spot, as you can see on your screen, just ahead of Farshad Bagheri. Vicky Bryan runs behind them in that three-cart battle for the third spot. They're a good ways back, nearly 3 seconds off the lead of Renato David, who went nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than Igor Molkin last time by. So David, another look over his shoulder here as this battle for third is closing together. Farshad Bagheri starting to reel in. Third place, Scott Davidson. Vicky Bryan behind the pair is also closing up. So Scott Davidson, after looking very strong early on, he has not been able to back up that pace by dropping his lap times even more as we cross over the halfway point and come this time to the 3 laps to go mark in heat number 2. Davidson just a kart length ahead of Bagheri and slipping further backwards into the grasp of the TB Kart USA driver. Scott Davidson still holding on to the third spot, but Farshad Bagheri is closing all the way to the rear bumper. He's been a kart length back the past couple of laps, but Farshad Bagheri right now looking for a way by, but running out of time as we watch them exit turn 7. A half kart length now separates third and fourth. And this time by the stripe, the white flag flies. 1 lap to go for Renato David. David just in cruise control, a 1.7 second advantage over Igor Molkin. Scott Davidson running third over Farshad Bagheri. They are nose to tail. Bagheri yet to make a bid. In fact, he's lost a little bit of ground now to Davidson heading in the back section over through turn 5. But following our race leader, Renato David, it has not been perfect. He has not had the best start, but he has by far had the best pace to make up for it. And out of turn number 10, Renato David continues to sweep the heat races. Igor Molkin finishes second. Farshad Bagheri unable to get by Davidson. Scott Davidson holds on to third. Bagheri fourth. Vicky Bryan finishes fifth. And Janos Eiler finishes sixth. Next up, one more class before a short break in our live broadcast on the Max Speed Entertainment official website, Facebook page, and YouTube page. And that will be our headline class on the weekend, the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior category. We spoke on our Max Speed Rapid Fire segment yesterday evening with AJ Myers, TB Kart USA official team driver in the shifter kart division, and he unfortunately was not able to battle for the win at the end of heat number 1. He got tagged up with the Gianfranco Mazzaferro trying to fight his way by, and he spoke about how tough it is to pass here at the Ocala Grand Prix. I mentioned this is the shortest track, or one of the shortest tracks, if not the shortest track on the national circuit amongst any karting series in the country, including the 2017 Florida Winter Tour. Between this and the fact that you really don't need front brakes here, that you're not going too fast into a corner, that you're hard onto the brakes, turn 1 and 2 are kind of close, but it's still slowly bringing the field down from a high speed. But back to what we were talking about again. A.J. Myers mentioning how tough it is to pass here at Ocala Grand Prix. No super hard braking turns. You definitely do use the brakes quite a bit, but it's not really long enough, especially in the shifter carts, to be able to get onto the brakes later, move that braking zone farther into the corner so that way you can get alongside someone. And so you have to really wait for someone to either miss a shift or just get a really, really good run out of a corner. But either way, it still has provided some fantastic racing action, whether it's drivers getting by or just trying to find a way by the driver in front of them. Gary Carlton came away with the Heat 1 victory after getting the whole shot off the start and then having a big battle for second. Gianfranco Mazzaferro also ended up getting shuffled deep in your field with him and Myers coming together. It sent Mazzaferro deep. And on top of that, Jack Hawksworth also getting a good start, but then not really being able to go any higher than the top 5 as the Kuna USA Tony Kart driver sits third. Joining us all the way from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the top tier of sports car endurance racing in North America. Hawksworth, a former IndyCar Series driver as well, the Verizon IndyCar Series kicking off at St. Petersburg, along with the Mazda Road to Indy. We have quite a few karting graduates competing over there this weekend, a little over 2 hours south of us, including the likes of Oliver Askew, Rinus Van Kalmthout, Robert McGinnis. Those 3 drivers are actually having a great battle for the win in the USF 2000 race that happened earlier on this morning. 3 karting graduates literally coming out of karting last year for 2 of them, including Rinus Van Kalmthout and Oliver Askew. Robert McGinnis has been in cars for a little bit, but he's also competed at quite a few Max Speed Entertainment Rotax national level events, including the Florida Winter Tour and the Rotax Max Grand Nationals. So great to see those graduates here, but there's also quite a few other ways to go into the world of professional motorsport, and Gary Carlton, a perfect example of that. The Formula K factory driver, a professional karting driver here this weekend under the Goodwood Kartways banner. This will be his last race, I believe, in the Florida Winter Tour as he gets set for his European Karting Championship season, competing in the CIK European Championship along with the KZ World Championships at the end of the year. So great to have Gary with us again, one of the only, I believe the official only North American factory driver or United States factory driver in any form of international level, professional level karting. We also have quite a few karting graduates competing across the pond in European CIK and WSK level competition. This is right that stepping stone here, the Florida Winter Tour, the likes of Dylan Tavella, Anthony Gangi also having a stint overseas as well before the end of his karting career. And so to see that kind of talent not only coming back here to the Florida Winter Tour in the form of Gary Carlton and Jack Hawksworth, but the Florida Winter Tour producing that kind of talent is just really awesome to be able to boast here, and really puts on some fantastic racing action, including the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior class, which has just left the grid, and they're out on their outlap. Gary Carlton, Gianfranco Mazzaferro making up the front row, Jack Hawksworth, A.J. Myers, row 2, Antonio Saraval having a better qualifying run than he's had this season, starting in the 5th spot alongside Rubens Barrichello, Jimmy Cabrera, and Mayo Livingston start on row number 4, and Nicholas Hargraves and Ethan Simeone start on row number 5. An awesome shot here of Max Speed Entertainment official Darren McDonough telling everyone one more lap around. As the warm-up lap is complete, they'll do one more full circuit and then start to slow down as they exit the final turn to slot into their grid spots, just like we saw with the Rock Shifter Masters. So Gary Carlton, the first driver to slot into his grid spot. They'll all sort of come close to a mock start as they exit the final turn. Just practice what they're about to do as they pull into their positions. Chuck Yoder, Darren McDonough, your two Max Entertainment officials, lining the field up as they pull into their grid spots. Jimmy Cabrera backing his cart up just a little bit. Gianfranco Mazzaferro, Gary Carlton getting ready, doing whatever pre-race procedure they'd like to do to remain comfortable. And now it's time to get set to go green. Rock Shifter Senior, green flag in the air. Gianfranco Mazzaferro gets huge crash with a flip for one of the NRM Motorsports drivers as Gianfranco Mazzaferro stalled. The PSL karting Burrell already had his hands in the air, did everything he could, and that was a vicious flip for the number 482. Or 402, correction. That was Baylor Griffin. Baylor Griffin going up and over, cartwheeling as he went up and over, exit off the start. And that'll be a red flag, no doubt. Not at all the way we would have liked to have started heat number 2 for the Rock Shifter Senior field. Again, that was all because Gianfranco Mazzaferro unfortunately stalled the go-kart engine on the grid. These carts have to be push started or bump started, which is where you literally get a running push to get the cart going by already getting some momentum and getting the rear axle spinning. And so he was not able to restart it, obviously on the grid, but as soon as his hands went in the air, he was trying to notify the field that he had stalled the go-kart. His hands were in the air and green was given, and then just a couple drivers at the tail end of the grid, unfortunately tagging the PSL karting driver, including Gianfranco Mazzaferro. So we are under red flag conditions here. Baylor Griffin going up and over, the medical team on site checking out the driver. So a vicious flip, the first one this weekend that we've seen. And again, under red flag conditions also for the first time this weekend. A beautiful day in Ocala, Florida, and unfortunately not the way we would have liked to head into our short break on the broadcast before heading through the classes one more time for the final round of heat races. As Baylor Griffin is up, he's talking under his own power. He seems to be all right, at least. No going on a stretch or anything. So Baylor Griffin up, walking around under his own power. No assistance in terms of that. He's just briefly speaking with our medical team and the officials. Everyone's sort of going over, trying to collect what just went down here on the front stretch after a crazy start. Gianfranco Mazzaferro, like I said, stalling the go-kart off the grid, and then Baylor Griffin going up and over a couple of times before landing on his back. Jimmy Cabrera slowly making his way over towards the backstretch. That's the driver you're seeing just exiting the tree turn. He was also involved just barely in the incident, including Gianfranco Mazzaferro. I believe it also collected the Tony Kart, possibly a Matt Berry. And then, of course, along with the number 414 of Gianfranco Mazzaferro, definitely could have been off a lot worse, and now we see Baylor Griffin walking away under his own power. Really good to see here. Unfortunate accident off the start for the Rock Shifter Senior class, but Baylor Griffin, a round of applause, everyone, as he's able to walk away on his own. He is okay, so that means we're going to clear the racetrack, and as soon as we get everything ready to go, we're going to try it again. This is a complete restart on the grid, as not a single lap was completed. So the original starting grid will set the field, and without, unfortunately, a few drivers taken out in that, including Gianfranco Mazzaferro and Matt Berry, that will not be able to continue. Oh, actually, that might be Mayo Livingston off the racetrack. Hard to tell who that was in the Tony Kart, I believe. Yes, Mile Livingston, not Matt Berry. So Matt Berry over on the backstretch. He's good to go. Mile Livingston was the other driver involved from the looks of things with Gianfranco Mazzaferro. So Gianfranco Mazzaferro loading his cart up onto the hauler. We're going to get that off the racetrack. Mayo Livingston going to load his cart up as well, so he's done. Obviously, the 402 of Baylor Griffin, he already walked off the track. Just a little bit shaken up, but he's good as well. So a short break here. We'll go off the mic just for a moment, and then we'll come back as we get set to go back green with the second heat race on the weekend for the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter senior drivers. They are getting the order to get back in the carts. We'll take a moment and get them gridded up to go again. So a quick update here on what is going on. So the drivers have just pulled over into the scale line, and we're going to do something that we actually did back at Homestead with the mini rock class, I believe, that had a similar situation with a big crash off the start. So there is a 30-minute clock that has just now been given, and all drivers that had any damage at all or whatever they want to do during these 30 minutes will have the opportunity to go back to their pit area, repair the go-kart, and come back onto the grid. And as soon as we end this 30-minute timer, that is when we'll be going back racing with the Rock Shifter senior class. So a 30-minute clock has begun. We're going to take a short break off our broadcast, and we'll come back at the end of the 30 minutes with the second heat race for the Rock Shifter senior division. So all drivers involved in the incident, including Baylor Griffin, I believe. I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to go back out because he was obviously the reason for the red flag due to that flip. But I'm sure Gianfranco Mazzaferro and Mayo Livingston would love the opportunity to get those carts repaired and try and make it back out. So this is the moment where it's the equivalent of a money pit stop where you've really got to be thrashing away at that go-kart as quick and efficiently as you can, making sure you don't miss any nuts or bolts. But 30 minutes for the drivers to repair anything they need or make any adjustments they need. And we're going to start this all over again, a complete restart of the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior Field with the exact same starting grid that we had before. And we're going to line them up and try it again in 30 minutes. And now counting down, so a little less than that here in Ocala. All right, we are 14 minutes away from going green in the Rock Shifter Senior Heat number 2. That is approximately putting us at 12:52 p.m. It is 12:38 going on 39 right now. Again, about 14 minutes away, 12:52, 12:52 p.m., 14 and counting down minutes away from going green in Rock Shifter. All right, we are just under 5 minutes away from going green here with the Rock Shifter Seniors second heat race. Again, about a 5-minute warning and a little bit less than that now before we go green with the Rock Shifter Senior heat race. After this heat race, we'll go back to our lunch break, and then we'll come back with heat number 3 for the Junior Rock class at the scheduled time. NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior. Heat number 2 about to get back underway. The warm-up lap complete. So again, this race running a little bit later than scheduled due to Baylor Griffin's crash at the start. The first start attempt for heat number 2 in the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior Class. But here for the second attempt to get heat number 2 underway, Gianfranco Mazzaferro has repaired the Burrell Art. He's ready to go again. Gary Carlton lining up for another hopeful good start. Row 2, Jack Hawksworth and AJ Myers. Row 3, Antonio Saraval, Rubens Barrichello. Row 4, Jimmy Cabrera, Mayo Livingston, and again, Gianfranco Mazzaferro has stalled the kart. This time, we are waving it off. So once again, Gianfranco Mazzaferro unfortunately stalling the Rock Shifter power plant. Matias Ramirez also stalled his Anderson Racing Team Burrell Art chassis, but he's been able to get that going. Now Gianfranco Mazzaferro trying to get that kart started on his own, and he's able to do so. So Gianfranco Mazzaferro had that same issue back at the first attempt to get heat number 2 underway. Now here on attempt number 1 on the second try at the second heat race on the weekend. Mazzaferro again finds himself stalled on the grid, so he waved off that start this time because last time we went green and we tried to go even with Mazzaferro stalling at the last second. A couple of drivers starting near the back of the field were unable to avoid him. So now, Mazzaferro trying to catch up to the field. I don't know where he's going to start. If he can make his way through, yes. So Mazzaferro going to try and pop it into neutral this time for the moment, and then he'll pop down to first and hold the clutch in to look to go green. Antonio Saraval now having an issue. He's been able to get his kart, or is trying to get some help back going. So Antonio Saraval as well stalling his. And we're going to have to wave this one off as well. So one of these shakier starts here to a heat race we've seen for the Rock Shifter drivers all year. They've been, for the most part, pretty good. A couple of drivers have stalled on some of the starts, but it's not been this consistent. Again, that was your 5th place starter, Antonio Saraval, at that point, having waved off a start solely due to other karts stalling, including Mazzaferro. And Ramirez, with Matias Ramirez a little farther back in the grid, but he also had stalled. You have to, and you're just sort of forced to, wave off the start attempt with Antonio Saraval stalling as well. And again, the officials at this point are simply trying to make sure that everyone gets to heat number 3 safely, because after the unfortunate crash with Baylor Griffin, is trying to start at the first attempt for heat number 2, trying to avoid that. We've now waved off 2 starts. This time, let's see if everyone can keep the motors running. Carlton, Mazzaferro are good. Hawksworth and Myers, Saraval, Barrichello, Cabrera, Livingston, Hargraves, Simeone, Saraceno, Ramirez, Seward, Cabrera. Correction, Alden, as we look for the green. This time, green flag in the air off the start. Gary Carlton, another hole shot. Jack Hawksworth slots into second. Side by side for third. Mazzaferro all the way down to 5th as AJ Myers goes to P4. That looks to be Rubens Barrichello. What a start for Rubens Barrichello to go to P3. A couple of drivers getting sort of tangled together over at turn 4. We stay green, and it's about a 4 to 5 kart length advantage. Formula K's Gary Carlton leads the way out of turn 7. Jack Hawksworth runs in second. Rubens Barrichello has gone to third off a phenomenal start. The Formula 1 star in the number 491 Ocala Grand Prix Tony kart under a lot of pressure from TB Kart USA's AJ Myers. Out of turn number 3, Myers trying to set up Barrichello for a dive to turn 4. No move there as they look to try and distance themselves from Gianfranco Mazzaferro, who runs in 5th. He's got a big gap back to 6th with Jimmy Cabrera there, and it is an even bigger one back to Matias Ramirez, who's made up quite a few spots off this start. Antonio Saraval, on the other hand, had a horrendous start here. The CRG driver not able to get these opening laps he wanted. He's down behind Ramirez at the moment, just ahead of Mayo Livingston. Last time by, AJ Myers was able to work his way past Rubens Barrichello for 3rd, and Jack Hawksworth went purple. He was a 0.5 or a 200ths quicker than Gary Carlton, who leads the way. Hawksworth 2nd, Myers 3rd, Barrichello 4th, Mazzaferro 5th. Before the crash that sidelined AJ Myers in Heat 1, he appeared to be potentially the quickest driver on the racetrack. He is definitely reeling in Jack Hawksworth, the driver in 3rd in the TV card. AJ Myers going purple that time by 1/10 of a second faster than Gary Carlton, 2/10 of a second faster than Jack Hawksworth. AJ Myers did not show up for any official practice days, or any unofficial practice days for that matter. He simply brought his kart to Ocala, Florida Friday morning, got it ready to go. Him and his dad working under the TB Kart USA 10, and he is now the fastest driver after qualifying solidly to begin the weekend with a 2nd row starting spot. And now he's on the charge in heat number 2. Jack Hawksworth right now trying to tuck his head behind the wheel, trying to find some more speed. Myers and Hawksworth 0.5 quicker than Gary Carlton. This time by, it'll be 5 laps to go. Gary Carlton just trying to hold on. He built that gap off a great start. Out of turn number 10, your leader is still Gary Carlton. Jack Hawksworth still 2nd. AJ Myers 3rd. Carlton going purple now as the Formula K starts to come in. And Gary Carlton looks to begin a perfect weekend. Austin Garrison is in that route as well, along with Ariel Castro. And now a battle in turn 5, side by side. Myers makes contact with Hawksworth. Hawksworth tried to slide over in front of him. Myers takes advantage, a crossover move to go to 2nd. Jack Hawksworth now under a lot of pressure to turn 10 from Rubens Barrichello. AJ Myers tried a hard-braking move into turn number 5 to go by Jack Hawksworth. Now here comes Barrichello to the inside in turn 1, not able to make it stick. Hawksworth slams the door shut. 2 drivers that have been successful in open-wheel racing. Again, Hawksworth competing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Barrichello still competing in quite a few sports car races in Brazil, along with karts whenever he can, including the Florida Winter Tour. And now, Gianfranco Mazzaferro able to get back into the mix after the contact between Myers and Hawksworth. Not only have they lost ground to Gary Carlton, as you can see from this awesome ground level shot here over at turn 1, but they've allowed Gianfranco Mazzaferro to close up. Jimmy Cabrera is not too far back as well as Mazzaferro starts to look for a way by Barrichello. AJ Myers said this track was very hard to pass on because the racing line is almost identical to the defensive line, especially in the rock shifter category. Out of turn 10 here, this time by, it's 4 laps to go for Gary Carlton. His lead continues at 1.5 seconds. Even if Myers would have gotten through the field quicker, unless he bent something in the front end making contact with Hawksworth, he would not have been able to really catch Gary Carlton. Lap after lap, the Formula K driver for Goodwood Kartways, the IPK factory driver Gary Carlton, is at least a couple of hundredths to 0.5 quicker than anyone else on the racetrack. At the moment, AJ Myers was about a little under 1/10 back, and Jack Hawksworth was only a 0.5 back. In fact, Hawksworth closing back up to Myers. We stay focused on this battle for second. Another awesome shot here over at turn number 1. Carlton, your leader, Myers in 2nd. Hawksworth just went purple last time by. Jack Hawksworth, fastest driver on the racetrack, is the Kuna USA Tony Kart pilot. Gary Carlton leading the way here this time by the double sticks will go in the air. 2 laps to go for the Formula K factory driver Gary Carlton. AJ Myers also hoping this race winds down quickly because he's got Jack Hawksworth right on his tail as we watch the field cycle through turn number 1. Gianfranco Mazzaferro hit his best time of the race last time by the stripe. He was a half-tenth quicker than Rubens Barrichello, but he still trails by 1 kart length and has not really been able to close up and break that bubble behind the number 491 Tony Kart. Regardless, as the battles start to somewhat wind down along with the laps in this one, the white flag is given to your entire rock shifter field down the front straightaway. Gary Carlton leads by 1.4 seconds. After taking a couple of looks back, I'm sure Gary Carlton may have dialed back just a little bit. A 36.354. That was 2/10 slower than AJ Myers that time by. And so Myers did gain on the gap, but there's no way right now we'll see him be able to challenge. Heading into the final turn on the racetrack, Gary Carlton has been perfect this weekend so far, and it will continue. Gary Carlton wins heat number 2. AJ Myers finishes second. Rubens Barrichello finishes in 4th behind Jack Hawksworth in 3rd. Gianfranco Mazzaferro finishes 5th. Jimmy Cabrera 6th. Matias Ramirez 7th. Antonio Saraval in 8th. Mayo Livingston 9th. Vincenzo Saracino rounds out the top 10. So now we will finish up the rest of our short break here before coming back with the final round of heat races this afternoon. And then tonight, or really later on this afternoon at 4 p.m. live on the Max Speed Entertainment official Facebook page, the first ever episode of Max Speed Live. We're extremely excited to debut this brand new show. And again, this will be featuring some of your top drivers from this weekend, including your championship contenders in the micro, junior, mini, and shifter rock categories. But next up, after our short break, it'll be the junior rock class presented by Orsilon Racing. Junior rock heat number 3 in a little bit.
Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
Orsilon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsilon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsilon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles: hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsilon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
Orsalone Racing, Rock Jr. Heat number 3 is on the racetrack. The final heat on the afternoon for the Orsalone Racing Rock Jr. class. Arias Duke Medjin, Tyler Gonzalez, your front row, Dylan Gennaro and Zachary Hollingshead, an Ocala team Ocala Grand Prix. Row number 2. Row 3, Mateus Morgado and Diego Ramos. Row 4, Victor Shoma, Eduardo Barrichello. Row 5, Garrett Hughes, Jordan Menge. Then moving outside your top 10, Henry Kubitis, Cody Crucker, Jeremy Fairbairn, and Caleb Bacon. And beyond that, we'll find into row number 8. It'll be Sebastian Montoya, Jade Hubert. Row 9, Alejandro Cerrillo and Diego Ortiz. Rounding out the top 20, Yao Matos and Nicholas D'Orlando. And moving even further back, it'll be Vinicius Diaz, Eduardo Felix, Holt Hensley, Mark Davis, Travis Devendorf, Daniel Ruiz, Alex Yankowski, Ayrton Ori. Your fast 28, and we've still got more than that lined up. Set to go green here at the Ocala Grand Prix. The Orsalone Racing Rock Junior class has split the heat races between Tyler Gonzalez and Arias Duke Medjin, two drivers that have been dueling it out all season long in the Florida Winter Tour. The final heat race for the Orsalone Racing Rock Junior class on the weekend and on the 2017 Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour is about to go green. Duke Medjin, Gonzalez, Hollingshead, Gennaro. Your first 2 rows, a beautiful start in the tram lines. Green flag in the air as we go down to turn number 1. Tyler Gonzalez shuffled to the outside lane. He'll try to fight his way through, and he goes into the 3rd spot. Dylan Gennaro goes into 2nd. Duke Medjin leads the way, and now Gennaro has Gonzalez looking to the inside in 4. Tyler Gonzalez back to P2. Tyler Gonzalez making work of Dylan Gennaro. Gennaro running 3rd. Mateus Morgado running in the 4th spot. Victor Shoma runs in 5th. Zachary Hollingshead 6th. Diego Ramos 7th. Jeremy Fairbairn 8th. Lap number 1 complete. Arias Duke Medjin leads. We've had quite a bit of a shakeup in the field. Caleb Bacon right now beached over a curb at turn number 7, the tree hairpin. He'll push that cart off the racetrack. That's disabled. Another one of the kart mini entries, I believe, possibly involved. Actually, no, that's one of the AM Racing VCI Esprit carts. As Duke Medjin leads, it's a 1 kart length advantage. Back to 3rd. Mateus Morgado has worked his way past Dylan Gennaro, and Gennaro loses another spot. There goes Victor Shoma. So Victor Shoma to P4. Gennaro fighting right back to turn number 10, and Shoma falls down to the 5th spot. Shoma going to go back on him over to turn number 1, and back and forth we go for P4. Gennaro now down to the 5th spot once again, and this time he's got more pressure from behind. Dylan Gennaro's backward slide currently backing up to the rear bumper of his OGP teammate Zachary Hollingshead. Hollingshead neglected to pass, and now he's been passed by Diego Ramos. Pass or be passed there outside your top 3, as at the moment they are breaking away just a little bit. Mateus Morgado trying to close up to Tyler Gonzalez. Gonzalez is onto the bumper of Arias Duke Medjin, who leads out of turn 10. Duke Medjin took a look back down the front straightaway. He'll start a little bit of defensive driving to turn number 1. Gonzalez up to the bumper over to 2 and 3. Mateus Morgado now starting to close even further up to the rear bumper of Tyler Gonzalez in this 3-kart pack for the lead. He'll go to 2nd. What a move over at turn 5. Mateus Morgado to P2. And Duke Medjin's lead once again stretches out now to 6 kart lengths. Mateus Morgado has been quick this week, not extremely fast, but he's been fast. Top 5 speed, no doubt, as Duke Medjin runs way wide in turn 10. Arias Duke Medjin, now he's going to lose the lead, and he'll pay for it big time. Mateus Morgado through to the lead in turn 1. Tyler Gonzalez forces his way through. Drivers were saying the track's getting really dirty right now, and unfortunately, I believe it may have just bit Arias Duke Medjin. He had a lead of 6 kart lengths. Now changing the lead again. Gonzalez through in turn 5. He'll run wide. Duke Medjin side by side in turn 6. Arias, Duke Medjin around the outside. Now Mateus Morgado goes through to second. Tyler Gonzalez hopping over the dirt. 3 wide to turn 10. Zachary Hollingshead down the inside of Gonzalez. Victor Shoma fights his way by now. Gonzalez trapped on the outside lane. Here comes Diego Ramos. Dylan Gennaro under pressure from Jeremy Fairbairn as they file in line to turn number 2. By far the most action-packed heat race we've seen in Orsalon Racing Rock Jr. We're just getting started. The halfway mark will come this time, and Arias Duke Medjin leads by just 2 kart lengths to Mateus Morgado. Victor Shoma, Zachary Hollingshead run 3rd and 4th. They started outside the top 5 and now are starting to close the gap to the top 2. Arias Duke Medjin leads again here after that bobble in the marbles that sent him wide in turn 10. He's got a 1.5 kart advantage to Mateus Morgado. Tyler Gonzalez trying to play damage control at this point and then start to get back on the offensive. He runs right behind Dylan Gennaro. He'll look to the inside in turn 5. Gonzalez through to P6. Dylan Gennaro down to 7th. And Tyler Gonzalez's charge through the field begins. He's now locking his target onto Diego Ramos. The Brazilian driver runs P5. We'll take a look at the lap times this time by as we've got a slight bit of settling down in the action, although Gonzalez now side by side with Diego Ramos coming out of turn 10. He'll go to P5. Gonzalez now leads the train. And it's Ramos, Gennaro, Fairbairn, and then Garrett Hughes currently backing that out. Now Gennaro goes to the inside in 4. Ramos gets tripped up. Ramos loses another spot, maybe 2, as he'll fall behind Jeremy Fairbairn just ahead of what looks to be Garrett Hughes. Hughes running in front of Eduardo Barrichello. Jordan Menz runs 11th. Alejandro Cirillo runs in the 12th spot. Nicholas D. Orlando went purple last time by. The J3 competition comp car driver started 20th. He'll now go to the inside of Alejandro Cirillo to turn number 1. D. Orlando to P12. 8 spots picked up in 8 laps. A little bit of battling here. Now Diego Ramos trying to fight back. Actually, that's Jordan Menz going toe-to-toe with Garrett Hughes. He looked to get by Hughes, not able to do it. Now he'll get backed up to the bumper of Nicholas D. Orlando. D. Orlando will look for a way by, but we're going to shift our attention back up front. Arias Duke Medjin trying to hold back Mateus Morgado. Victor Shoma, Zachary Hollingshead run right behind him. Last time by, it was a 400th advantage for Arias Duke Medjin. Dylan Gennaro just went purple as he's following in the footsteps of Tyler Gonzalez. They both begin their march up to the top 4, but they're going to need Morgado to find some more pace and battle Arias Duke Medjin to get back into the thick of things. Morgado looks decent through the infield section. I don't know if he has the pace here in the second half to challenge Duke Medjin. He'll hop in the seat coming out of turn 7 as they head for the showcase hairpin. Arias Duke Medjin, Mateus Morgado 1 and 2. They were even that time by. Tyler Gonzalez, a 10.5 quicker than your race leaders at the moment, and including the karts in front of him, moved the number 257 to purple fastest driver on the racetrack. Dylan Gennaro is right on his tail as well. The 2 OTK drivers are closing in on the battle for 3rd and 4th with Victor Shoma and Zachary Hollingshead. Out of turn 10, this time by, the white flag will go into the air. 1 lap to go for the Duke Spine Cosmic of Arias Duke Medjin, as the fastest lap of the race honors goes to Dylan Gennaro. Tyler Gonzalez, 1/1000th off, the exact same lap time he hit the lap before, and now they'll both lose the fast time honors to Nick D. Orlando. Change in 3rd, Zachary Hollingshead through on Victor Shoma. Now Shoma's going to lose 4th to Tyler Gonzalez and 5th to Dylan Gennaro. Gonzalez defends to turn 7. Gennaro not able to get there. Back up front, your race leader, Arias Duke Medjin, being smart and collected even with the bobble. He wins Heat 3. Mateus Morgado finishes 2nd. Zachary Hollingshead with a good move on the final lap to go up to 3rd, and that allowed Tyler Gonzalez and Dylan Gennaro to move their way up the order as well. Victor Shoma loses 3 spots on the last lap to finish in 6th behind Gennaro. Jeremy Fairbairn finishes 7th. Diego Ramos 8th. Eduardo Barrichello in 9th. Garrett Hughes in 10th. Nicholas D'Orlando picks up 9 spots to finish 11th. Jordan Menge 12th. Alejandro Cirillo 13th. Cody Crucker 14th. Jade Hubert rounds out the top 15. A chaotic final heat race on the weekend and the season for the Orsalon Racing Junior Rock class, and just like that, 1 of 7 is completed for the third and final round of heat races here at the season finale of the 2017 VCI powered by AM Engines Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. So next up, it'll be Carson Morgan and Santiago Tracini leading the mini rock field to the green. Carson Morgan's been shut out from the top step at the podium in both heat races as they have gone to his Bennett Kart teammate, starting on his outside, Santiago Tracini. Tracini's had nothing but bad luck in 2017 to kick off the year until he got to this month, and a solid run last weekend. And now here this weekend, another good run for Santiago Tracini in the works, qualifying second and winning both of the opening heat races. One more heat remains here in Mini Rock, our biggest class this weekend, and it should be an exciting one. Row 2, Reese Gold, Connor Zilish. Row 3, Luca Mars, Anderson Leonard. Row 4, James Agozi, Ashton Shilton. And row 5, Alessandro D'Atulio and Dale Curran, the 2 drivers that are going to round out your top 10. Once again, Mini Rock, presented by Team Bordonia Racing, is on the grid. Mini Rock, presented by Team Bordonia Racing, into the tram lanes. We look for the green, we get it, and an uneven start there. Unfortunately, Shafts, Santiago Tracini way down the order. He'll find a place in line, down in 6. Carson Morgan leads the way. Reese Gold to 2nd. Luca Mars to 3rd, James Agozi 4th, Connor Zilish 5th. Mars trying to go for 2nd, side by side with Gold. Everyone's still clean through the opening couple of turns. No big changes. Gold holds 2nd. Mars makes a bobble coming out of turn 6. He comes under fire from Connor Zilish and James Agozi. 3 wide for 3rd. Connor Zilish to the bottom of the racetrack. Unable to get there, James Agozi around the outside goes to P3. Zilish to P4. Mars having to back out of that one. He'll lose a little bit of time. Now James Agozi gets shafted in turn 1. Connor Zilish goes through to P3. A big line behind them, and even bigger than that is the gap from 3rd to 2nd. Reese Gold and Carson Morgan have gotten away with a big lead. Right now, it won't help him, though, because Reese Gold, in order for that lead to hold, will need to be all over the bumper of Carson Morgan. And right now, the Bennett driver, the number 180, Carson Morgan, is holding a 2 to 3 cart length advantage back to Bennett, or to fellow Bennett driver Reese Gold. With that said, Reese Gold went purple last time by. He'll pull up to the rear bumper of Carson Morgan and try to bridge that gap, not only between the two of them, but lengthen it from 2nd to 3rd. It's about a 1.1 second difference from Reese Gold to Connor Zilish, as we just saw that switch through your screen. Your leaders, though, are going to get separated out again as they head for turn 7. Carson Morgan really finding some speed here through the back hairpins. Reese Gold struggling a little bit to hold on to his tail as Connor Zilish leads the next group. After shuffling James Agozi back into the 6th spot, Agozi has not really been able to move back forward. Now Morgan already defending. Carson Morgan all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack, entering turn number 1. And that is not what Reese Gold wanted to happen. He was hoping those two could try and open up a gap over the field. Now Connor Zilish goes purple, and he's 9.5 tenths back. He was 1.2 seconds back the lap before from your race leader, Carson Morgan. So while currently it is Bennett 1-2, Energy Corsa North America is closing up to the rear bumper. Carson Morgan leading still. Reese Gold look to the inside out of turn 10. Now he'll go to the inside in turn 1. Carson Morgan will drop into 2nd. Reese Gold to the lead over at turns 1 and 2. Team Bordonia Racing Mini Rock has 4 laps complete of the 10 in the final heat race on the weekend. Connor Zilish trails by a cart length and a half from Carson Morgan. Luca Mars 4th. Santiago Tracini 5th. Big battle for the lead. The leaders have been reeled in. Reese Gold has gone through on Carson Morgan again after Morgan's fought back, and through this shuffling, Connor Zilish has also lost 3rd with Luca Mars going through. It's a 6-cart pack, nearly 8, as Reese Gold leads the way. Carson Morgan now under heavy fire to turn 1. Here comes Luca Mars. Connor Zilish will go through. Right behind them, Santiago Tracini falls up to the bumper of Carson Morgan. James Agozi runs in, I believe, the 6th or 7th spot. Nikita Johnson's in the pack as well. Anderson Leonard's also closing up. 8 carts in your lead train, and the Pied Piper is Reese Gold. He'll lead the way out of turn number 7 and try to make that cart as wide as he can, because it's 3 laps to go this time by, and Luca Mars is hunting. The Pilates-sponsored Energy driver making his way up to the bumper of Reese Gold. In the 1-800-ticket clinic, bright yellow and black gold Bennett cart. Reese Gold shows the way. Luca Mars second. Connor Zilish. Flipper in the team's Felon Racing Group Energy Chassis runs third. Carson Morgan fourth. Santiago Tracini trying to fight to hold on for fifth. Actually, that's Tracini who has gone through to fourth, I believe. Morgan's fallen to the fifth spot, and he's had to fight hard to hold it as his backward slide continues now into the clutches of Kuna USA's James Agozi. Reese Gold, your race leader, but here comes Luca Mars. Big head of steam with help from Connor Zilish. They'll freight train by Reese Gold to turn number one. Less than 2 laps to go as Gold falls to third, and Luca Mars sees clear racetrack in front of him. Flipper Connor Zilish up to the rear bumper of Luca Mars as they head out of turn number 4. Through 5. Now Zilish, he'll lose the second spot. Gold goes through, and Luca Mars gets a 5-card advantage. A big lead for Luca Mars coming to the white flag this time by Connor Zilish. Forced to push Reese Gold up to the race leader, as if he were to pass, he would give any or surrender any chance at catching up to Luca Mars. Even then, he's still going to go for it anyway. He'll use the slingshot maneuver. Zilish up to P2. Gold down to third. Mars, your race leader, out of turn number 3. A cart length and a half advantage and shrinking from Luca Mars back to Connor Zilish. Yellow flags waving over at turn 4. I believe something maybe over at turn 5. Meanwhile, Reese Gold's been shuffled all the way down to 5th as Santiago Tracini's come through to 3rd. Agozi to 4th. Zilish just not close enough out of turn number 8. He drove his butt off to get closer, but Luca Mars, with a flawless drive, wins Heat 3. Reese Gold fighting hard at the line. He'll barely actually lose the 6th spot to Nikita Johnson at the stripe. 27 thousandths of a second to the Nitro Kart driver. Give the number 107 AKT Racing Team entry of Nikita Johnson P6. Whew. That was an exciting one here in the Team Bordonia Racing Mini Rock class. Luca Mars, your winner. Connor Zilish, 2nd. Santiago Tracini, 3rd. James Agozi, 4th. Carson Morgan, 5th. And Nikita Johnson, 6th. Reese Gold, 7th. 8th is Anderson Leonard. 9th was Ashton Shelton. And 10th, making a drive through the field, the number 122 Ocala Grand Prix entry of Jeremy Fletcher. The NF Sports Rock Senior Division is No, it was funny. I just no. Austin Garrison and Arthur Lease, the front row. Andre Nicastro, Ryan Norberg, row number 2. Augusto Soto Sharipa, Logan Cuson, row 3. Axel Cabrera, Christian Cole, row 4. Let's go racing once again. NF Sports, Rock Senior, onto the power. Green flag down the front straightaway. We're underway through turns 1 and 2. Garrison slots into the lead. Arthur Lee slots in third behind Andre Nicastro. Ryan Norberg gets in right behind Logan Cuson. And now he's going to come under some pressure from Augusto Soto Sharipa. Everyone makes it through cleanly to the first couple of corners on the racetrack. Andre Nicastro very close to Austin Garrison as he's pulled a good ways away from Arthur Least, who now has Logan Cuson right on his tail. Ryan Norberg tried to pass on Cuson in turn 7, and he paid for it, losing the 5th spot to Augusto Soto Sharipa. He'll give him a little nudge over in turn 10. Norberg back to P5. Soto Sharipa down to 6th. And now a little gap from Norberg up to Logan Cuson as Augusto Soto Sharipa backs up to the rear bumper of Axel Cabrera and Jet Nolan. There goes Cabrera through to the inside in turn 4. Nolan tries to go by. He'll get hung on the outside. No move made there. And so that will change the 7th place position, or 6th place position on the racetrack, as Axel Cabrera goes to P6. Augusto Soto Sharipa goes to 7th. Jet Nolan 8th. Christian Cole 9th. Dario Cangialosi runs in the 10th spot. Austin Garrison, your leader, he was nearly 4/10 of a second quicker than Andre Nicastro that time by. This is simply unreal, the advantage that Austin Garrison has over the rest of the field. Out of turn number 5 through 6 and 7, this 3-cart battle for the 3rd spot is what we've got our cameras focused on, as the top 2 have broken away. Arthur Least, Logan Cuson, Ryan Norberg. Down the front stretch, Least going to defend a little bit to the inside for turn 1. Logan Cuson not going to make a move there. He'll follow suit through turns 2 and 3. Over to turn number 4, Norberg close. He'll pounce to the inside. Ryan Norberg, P4 for the PSL Karting Burrell Art driver. He goes by Logan Cuson and now has a couple of kart lengths to make up to Arthur Least. Arthur Least again running in the 3rd spot. Still not exactly where he needs to be to make up the championship points to challenge Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. Garrison came into the event, I don't believe, in the lead. And now here, after winning the first 2 heat races in the pole, with Norberg not even finishing 2nd in some of them, it should give him a pretty decent advantage, if it hasn't already, into Sunday. Austin Garrison looking for his first or second championship in just as many seasons of full competition with the J3 competition comp kart operation. His first came at the U.S. Open Series. Winning that with them, and now in a full championship. The first one he'll complete of 2017, and Austin Garrison is doing everything he needs to do to try and secure that title. Another fast lap for Garrison, 3.5 tenths quicker than Andre Nicastro. Nearly 4. Arthur Least, another 10th lap slower. Ryan Norberg was only 2 tenths off Austin Garrison that time by, but he is still far from the pace needed to challenge for the lead. At the moment, the best he'll do is probably 3rd, because Andre Nicastro has a pretty decent gap back to Arthur Least. Again, Arthur Least under some pressure from Ryan Norberg. They both have pulled away from Logan Cuson as they head for turns 1 and 2. Least by a 1/4 kart length into turn 3. This time, one driver slowing out of turn number 4. That would be Andre Nicastro, your driver that was running in 2nd with a problem on the racetrack. He'll slow as they head over for turn 5 And what a heartbreak here in heat number 3. Andre Nicastro was running so strong all weekend long as Ryan Norberg in turn 7 goes through to second. Ryan Norberg up to P2. He goes by Arthur Lease. Now Lease back to the bumper, and Logan Cusson closes back up to the Brazilian as well. 3 karts together, and what was the battle for third now becomes the battle for second. As again, Andre Nicastro has a mechanical issue out of turn number 3. He slowed going into turn 4 last time by, and I'm not sure if he made it off the racetrack into the pit lane or not, but Andre Nicastro, a disappointing end to what has been a very strong return to the seat. So Austin Garrison continues to lead. 4 laps to go for the comp car driver. The Floridian has raced the Florida Winter Tour many years and many full seasons in both the Rotax Max Challenge campaign, along with back even the Formula Kart weekends, which is the same weekend that we're running the Rock Cup USA Championship on now. It was originally a mix of different other popular classes, including the support weekend of the Rotax Max Challenge, and now that's been replaced in the past couple of years with the single-engine Rock Cup categories. And the numbers have still been very big across the board here in the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour weekend. Either way, though, Austin Garrison, perfect so far this weekend. No one even close to the pace of the comp car driver. You see last time by a 37.61 for Garrison, a 37.53 for Ryan Norberg, but he's 3.5 seconds back. Like I was saying in heat number 2, at this point in the race, Austin Garrison, just watch that wheel. You'll barely see it move at all. The comp car driver just easing his way around the Ocala Grand Prix. No pressure whatsoever. He'll just slowly back down those lap times to save the tires for the pre-final. Ryan Norberg, on the other hand, has to push at full bore to make sure Arthur Least and Logan Cusson don't run him back down. He's only got a small advantage, 2 or 3/10 of a second, back to Arthur Least as it varies throughout the duration of the lap. And if he makes any kind of bobble, he knows the RPG Tony Kart driver will be right there. Behind Least is, again, Logan Cusson, who's had one of his better weekends here in the Florida Winter Tour. The driver's been hovering near the top 5 the majority of the season, and now here in Ocala, he's running 4th and was all the way up to 3rd for a little bit before getting shuffled back by Arthur Least and Ryan Norberg. 1 lap to go for this battle for second. I don't know if we'll see any kind of change there. We might see one for 3rd. Arthur Least just ahead of Logan Cusson. But we're going to pick up our race leader, Austin Garrison, here exiting turn number 5 as Least begins to defend away from Cusson. Garrison exiting turn 7. No pressure whatsoever. Austin Garrison, a perfect weekend will begin. A clean sweep of the heat races. No one's led but him. He wins heat 3. Ryan Norberg finishes 2nd, and side by side for 3rd, Arthur Least holds back Logan Cusson more than 3 places beyond the decimal. A 10,000th of a second difference between Arthur Least and Logan Cusson, identically spaced as they cross the start-finish line. Augusto Soto Sharipa finishes in the 5th spot. Axel Cabrera 6th. Jet Nolan 7th. Christian Cole 8th. Dario Cangialosi 9th. Lane Vocala rounds out the top 10. And next up, it is the Micro Rock division. Our youngest drivers on the weekend here, 7 to 10 years old, ready to do battle. Micro Rock, presented by Zanella Racing, is on the grid. Mateus Ferreira trying to win his first heat on the weekend after qualifying pole. Alex Powell looking for a clean sweep in the Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart. Zanella Racing Micro Rock, Mateus Ferreira, Alex Powell, your front row. Noah Baker, Pedro Caparelli, row 2. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., Emerson Fittipaldi, row 3. Elliot Cox, Brandon Carr, row 4. Paul Bacchus, Jamie Newton, row 5. Let's get set to go racing here once again in the Micro Rock class. As we file into the tram lanes looking for the green. We'll get it. Green flag down to turn number 1. Alex Powell on the outside. He'll lose a couple of spots off the start. 3 and 4 wide deep in your field. One driver getting popped a little sideways back in the pack. Hard to tell who that might be, but everyone is still clean exiting turn number 3. Mateus Ferreira has jumped out to the early lead. Noah Baker to second. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. to third. Fourth looks to be Elliot Cox. Fifth will be Alex Powell. Sixth, Paul Bacchus. Seventh, M.O. Fittipaldi. Eighth, Miguel Costa, although Costa now going to go by Fittipaldi in turn 10. Here comes Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., 3 wide for the lead. Noah Baker through the middle will thread the needle. He'll go to the top spot. And he goes by your original pole sitter, Mateus Ferreira. Ferreira falls to second. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. in third. Fourth, fourth, Elliot Cox. Fifth, Alex Powell as Noah Baker leads through turn number 6 into 7. A 5-car breakaway. Alex Powell down the inside of Elliot Cox. He'll go through to fourth. Cox drops a wheel coming out of turn 8, and now he'll lose some ground. Here comes Paul Bacchus to the rear bumper in turn 10. Miguel Costa initially pulled out of line. He'll tuck back in as Bacchus holds it. Now changed back in the lead. This time Ferreira goes back through. He'll bring Carrasquedo Jr. to second. Alex Powell falls to third. Noah Baker first, down to fourth in turns 1 and 2. Behind them, Elliot Cox holding on to the 5th spot. Paul Bacchus getting shuffled a little bit. He'll hold 6th as he falls behind Miguel Costa, and they're battling crazy behind M.O. Fittipaldi. Mateo Rubio Luengo comes out in front of the group. Frankie Iadavea runs in front of him. Then it's Brandon Carr. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. going through to the lead over Mateus Ferreira. Again, with Carrasquedo's move back in turn number 1 last lap. Ferreira second, Powell third, Baker fourth. Into turn number 4. Mateus Ferreira going to try and work together with his Paralympic teammate. The Mexican leads the way. Then it's Brazil, P2, and the United States, 3, 4, and 5. Alex Powell has gone by second place. Mateus Ferreira. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. leads. Now Ferreira going to lose third. Here comes Noah Baker. No, he's able to hold back the number 49 Energy North America driver. Carrasquedo Jr. showing the way over Alex Powell. 4 carts in your lead pack, but the next group's not too far behind and closing as we watch your leaders head through turn number 5. Everyone starting to group together once again here into turn number 7. Carrasquedo Jr., Powell, Ferreira, Baker, and Miguel Costa now to P5. Miguel Costa in the MC Racing Bennett on the move as he closes up to the top 4. Change in the lead. Here comes Alex Powell. A big head of steam and a textbook slingshot move to the lead in turn 1. One of the top car drivers off the racetrack over at the exit of turn number 1. I'm not sure who that is. That is not Jamie Newton. One of the other entries there as we watch the field head down the back section to turn 5. Alex Powell leads out of turn number 10. A 5, nearly 6-car breakaway up front. Powell, Carrasquedo, Ferreira, Baker, Costa, and Cox. Paul Bacchus only 7/10 back from Elliot Cox. He's still close enough to possibly get a draft if he can get a good run through the back section. But Cox closing back up to Miguel Costa will pull away a little bit from the 71. Tony Kart driver. Alex Powell showing the way around the Ocala Grand Prix. This will be a much harder fight than the heats 1 and 2 were, but Powell taking a look back. No move yet from Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. 3 laps to go. Alex Powell already starting to defend as he moves to the middle of the racetrack. Here comes Noah Baker, Mateus Ferreira trying to go to the inside of Carrasquedo Jr. They make contact, and that'll slow them both down. Alex Powell now up to a 3-card advantage. Mateus Ferreira try to move to the inside. Carrasquedo squeezed him down to the bottom, and then they both made contact heading to turn 2. Carrasquedo held the spot, but that has now backed them up even closer to Miguel Costa, who is reeling in the top 4 on his own. Elliot Cox still hanging in there in the number 51 Vemi card entry. As we see once again, Mateus Ferreira trying to go to the inside of Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. He'll fall down to the 3rd spot. Noah Baker in 4th, and that gap up to the leader, Alex Powell, a kart length and a half. One lap to go, this time by the start-finish line. And Alex Powell leads a 6-cart back. That is all the way back to Elliot Cox, and even closer now is Paul Bacchus' train with Matteo Rubio Luengo and Emo Fittipaldi. Ian Aguilera, Frankie Iadavea, and Pedro Caparelli are close as well. 1 lap to go. Battle for second. Here comes Ferreira trying to block that move from Carrasquedo. Carrasquedo not able to get by. Also, it appears we've had a battle for the 4th spot as well, as Miguel Costa tries to work his way past Noah Baker. He'll actually come under some pressure now. Elliot Cox going through. Elliot Cox and Miguel Costa trading the 5th spot back and forth to turn 7. Up front, this 3-cart pack with Alex Powell in the lead. Powell going to go all the way to the top in turn 10. No pressure from behind. Alex Powell sweeps the heat races in Micro Rock. Mateus Ferreira getting really into the battle there for second with Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Carrasquedo finishes 3rd. Noah Baker 4th. Elliot Cox 5th after getting by Miguel Costa on the final lap. A great couple of crossover moves by both drivers in the back section. Matteo Rubio Luengo finishes in 7th. Paul Bacchus 8th. Emo Fittipaldi 9th. Ian Aguilera 10th. A good drive up through the field for the Georgia driver Matteo Rubio Luengo. Paul Bacchus again slipping back on the final circuit. Emo Fittipaldi having a good run to move forward, along with Ian Aguilera, a couple of drivers that didn't have the best qualifying run but now find themselves with another top 10 finish in the heat races. Three more sessions to go here. The next one on the grid, Ariel Castro and Gaia Magno for the Rock Masters class, presented by the AKT Racing Team, as we've just wrapped up the Zanella Racing Micro Rock class. Rock Masters, presented by the AKT Racing Team, has been dominated by Ariel Castro. He looks to go 3 for 3 in the heat races and continued to lead every single lap of competition this weekend. They all file into the tram lanes. Nice and slow, a good start, and Castro with a great jump off the line. He'll go to the lead. Gaia Magno with a good start will go to second. Pedro Cabrera third. Miguel Gransal fourth. Rodrigo Espina fifth. Down the front stretch, 1 lap complete. Ariel Castro leads the way. Gaia Magno second. Pedro Cabrera third. Miguel Gransal fourth. Rodrigo Espina fifth. A 4-cart pack breaking away from Espina and company. Mark Julian runs in the 6th spot ahead of Flavio Menezes and Francisco da Costa. Miles Mahoney runs a little bit farther back from that trio as your leader. Ariel Castro looks to set sail. Gaia Magno was reeling him in heat number 2, though, and he looks to be holding the gap up to Castro for the moment. Ariel Castro takes a look over his shoulder, and Gaia Magno is hunting. He was 300ths quicker than Castro last time by, so he holds the distance at 0.2 of a second up to the race leader, Ariel Castro. It's the AM Racing Engines VCI Esprit kart versus the Orsalon Racing FA kart of Gaia Magno. It's a 2-kart breakaway now as they've started to pull a gap back to Pedro Cabrera and Miguel Gransal, 3rd and 4th. Gaia Magno closing up just a little bit further here, heading through turn number 10. But Castro that time, a 100th advantage, so we're holding it. No big changes up front here as Gaia Magno was unable to get the run off the corner that he needed to. Heading for turn 7 once again. Another lap complete here as this Rock Masters race is well underway. Ariel Castro now having his tire pressure start to come in on the AM Racing Engines Esprit kart here in the AKT Racing Team Masters Rock Division. Castro your leader, Gaia Magno second, and Magno just lost 0.2 of a second that time by. Out of turn 7, again a 4 to 5 cart gap between first and second. Gaia Magno really driving it in deep to the showcase as he tries to close up to Ariel Castro, but he loses a little bit of ground coming out. He'll still gain about 1/10 of a second on the lap. 3.5 tenths the distance between first and second place. As Castro leads this time by, we'll be giving the crossed flags from your head flagger Cam Ager to signal halfway in and halfway home for the final heat on the weekend in the AKT Racing Team Rock Masters class. Ariel Castro the leader, Gaia Magno second, Pedro Cabrera third, Miguel Gransal fourth, Rodrigo Espina fifth, Mark Julian sixth, Miles Mahoney seventh, Flavio Menezes eighth, Francisco da Costa ninth, and still 4/10 to 3.5 tenths between the top two as Castro pulls out a couple hundredths that time by. Ariel Castro, Gaia Magno, evenly matched, which has not been the story of the previous races this weekend. Magno definitely had the speed at the end of heat number 2, but Castro also could have been slowing down a little bit to save the tires and the rest of the equipment on the number 679 Esprit kart. That time by, though, Gaia Magno set his best lap of the race, 38:17. a tenth of a second quicker than Ariel Castro. So Gaia Magno turning up the wick once again as they head out of turn number 4. Well, not too much excitement here in the AKT Racing Team Masters Rock Division. No real passing on the racetrack whatsoever. After the start, they've all sort of been just sitting around in the same spots from where they began, with the exception of Miles Mahoney, who has picked up 2 positions, going by Flavio Menezes and Francisco da Costa. Gaia Magno cut off a little bit more that time by once again, and now this time it's less than 0.3 of a second between your top 2 with 3.5 laps to go. A big gap from 3rd to 4th here that we're watching Pedro Cabrera lead Miguel Gransal around the Ocala Grand Prix as he tries to close up to Gaia Magno, but is just a little bit off, about 1/10 to 2/10 slower per lap. Pedro Cabrera and Miguel Gransal are from Gaia Magno and Ariel Castro's pace. So the field closer than they've been most of this weekend, but Ariel Castro still has the field under control. He has not seen any kind of a challenge just yet, and in fact, last time by, he was nearly 3/10 quicker than nearly 2/10 quicker than Gaia Magno, and set the fastest time of the race. It's been a strong return to the seat of a go-kart here this weekend for Ariel Castro. Again, the main guy behind AM Engines. And he's done a great job here this weekend. I'm not sure how often he finds himself in the seat doing any kind of testing or driver coaching of any sort, maybe some instructing, but he's definitely not showing any kind of rust whatsoever, being out of the seat of a national or international go-kart event for quite some time. He's sporadically behind the wheel, but to come out here to the Florida Winter Tour and knock off the driver or at least be in the process of knocking off the drivers, we still have not gotten to the final on Sunday, that has dominated the season, that is Gaia Magno. That you've got to be doing something right and really be a talented wheelman, which Ariel Castro has been known as for his entire career. We've got 2 drivers off in the barriers actually over at turn 7. That was Francisco da Costa and Flavio Menezes. White flag in the air here as we watch the field come by the start-finish line, and Ariel Castro's lead now 5.5 of a second. As last time by, another near 10th advantage for Ariel Castro over Gaia Magno. Magno was holding him close, waiting for a mistake the entire heat race, but it is not going to happen. 3 corners remain, and now less than that as Ariel Castro leads out of turn number 7. For the final time today in the AKT Racing Team Masters Rock class, Ariel Castro's perfect weekend, just like Austin Garrison's, continues as he wins Heat 3. Gaia Magno finishes 2nd, Pedro Cabrera 3rd, Miguel Gransal 4th, Rodrigo Espina 5th, Mark Julian 6th, Miles Mahoney will finish in 7th, Francisco da Costa's pulled in to 8th, and Flavio Menezes finishes in 9th. 2 classes to go now. Next up, it's the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master Division with Renato David as the driver to beat coming into the final race on the afternoon, and the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior class, which has been really exciting as the drivers, finding it difficult to pass here at the Ocala Grand Prix, are really being challenged both mentally and physically, of course, here to battle for the win. NRM Rock Shifter Master. Green flag in the air. Whoa, a big start for Janos Eiler. A tremendous launch. He tried to go through the middle off the green and was not able to get there as the door just instantly shut there. As we saw Renato David try to slot in line. He's now running behind Scott Davidson, and Igor Molkin with the hole shot. Davidson went through the middle to go to second. That's exactly the hole Janos Eiler was trying to fill. Eiler having tremendous starts, just not really being able to hold that pace through the entirety of each heat to be able to stay as high as he can start, because he's got the best launches from what I can tell in every heat race compared to the other other 5 drivers in the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master category. Igor Molkin leading the way over Scott Davidson and Renato David. David has been your quickest driver this weekend, but he has not been able to figure out the starts to be able to best his competitors. He's lost at least the lead, and this time he's fallen all the way down to 3rd off the drop of the green. Renato David still unable to find a way by Scott Davidson, who holds the 2nd spot. He's not really losing too much time to Igor Molkin, the race leader, and Farshad Bagheri is also pretty close to the top 3. Here in the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master category, Igor Molkin leads, Scott Davidson 2nd, Renato David 3rd, Farshad Bagheri 4th. A 4-car train as Davidson runs wide at the exit of turn number 1. David pulls right to the rear bumper here as they exit turn 3. Davidson still able to hold the 2nd spot. In fact, he closed a little bit to the rear bumper of Igor Molkin, but he still trails by about 2 to 3 kart lengths exiting the tree turn and heading towards the showcase. Igor Molkin will lead lap number 4. 8 laps to go in the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master category, and Farshad Bagheri goes purple. The TB Kart USA official driver running in the 4th spot is a tenth to 2/10 quicker than everyone in front of him. So now we'll see Renato David. He took a look to the inside of Scott Davidson, who is starting to fade a little bit here at the end of heat number 3. Igor Molkin able to get away. Davidson still 2nd. Renato David took a look to the inside over at turn number 5, but he was unable to make the move stick, and so he now has Farshad Bagheri closing back to the rear bumper. Renato David closing back up to Scott Davidson quickly once again as Igor Molkin leads the way. Davidson 2nd, David 3rd, Bagheri 4th in this 4-kart train for the lead in NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Master. The NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior category will follow. That'll be our last on-track class of the day. And then for the first time ever, we'll be featuring the brand new show live on our Facebook page, Max Speed Live, Episode 1. And we'll be showing some of the top championship contenders in the Micro, Mini, Junior, and then Senior Shifter Rock categories. Igor Molkin and Scott Davidson lead the way. Renato David went purple last time by running up to Davidson. 36.92, about a tenth quicker than Davidson and 2/10 quicker than Igor Molkin. So the pack closing together once again as Molkin leads over to turn number 10, this time by the stripe. 5 laps to go for Igor Molkin. Scott Davidson running 2nd. Renato David 3rd, Farshad Bagheri 4th. There has been no change in position from the start, but now David all over the bumper of Scott Davidson. He's going to look to the inside in turn 4. No move there, maybe to turn 5. David, still no move. Davidson holds 2nd. This time by 4 laps to go. Renato David is running out of time to be able to make work of Scott Davidson and try to challenge Igor Molkin, who leads the way to turn 10. out of the showcase. The last turn on the racetrack, a 37-0 for Igor Molkin, 37-1-0 for Scott Davidson. So it was a 500th advantage for Igor Molkin that time by. Renato David did not gain any bit either, as he's still trapped behind the number 501 Burrell Art Driver. These starts are key here in the shifter categories, and an NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior. We've not really seen a pass made since the start, and that start hole shot went to Igor Molkin, who got to the lead by turn number 1. Scott Davidson went through to second, and while Renato David has been the fastest driver most of the week, and now he'll look to the inside of Davidson in turn 1. No move completed there. He was unable to get by. He'll go to work on the rear bumper of Scott Davidson once again. Davidson still holds second at turn 4. Renato David really trying to find some extra speed to set up a potential pass for second. He can visibly see Igor Molkin pulling away, or at least holding a half-second advantage. And again, as I mentioned, running out of time, because this time by the double sticks are in the air. 2 laps to go for Igor Molkin. Here comes Farshad Bagheri to the bumper of Renato David over to turn number 1. What a move for Igor Molkin. Scott Davidson second, Renato David third, Farshad Bagheri fourth, Vicky Bryan fifth, Janos Eiler sixth. And as they head for the final turn on the racetrack, we have still not seen David be able to make a move. He's up to the bumper of Davidson entering turn 10. He'll need to get a good launch coming out, and it should be decent. Here comes Renato David, not able to make it stick to the inside over at turn number 1. Igor Molkin, your leader. A half lap remains as the white flag came out last time by. Renato David went purple once again. Now to the inside in turn 5. Finally, Renato David is through. Renato David to P2. That was all he needed to secure the pole position with 2 heat race wins. He should be starting on the pole for the pre-final. But your race winner here in heat number 3, it will be Igor Molkin. David finishes second. Scott Davidson holds off a hard-charging Farshad Bagheri to finish in third. Vicky Bryan finishes fifth. Janos Eiler sixth. Next up, it's the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior category. NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior. On the racetrack, Gary Carlton, Gianfranco Mazzaferro, Jack Hawksworth, AJ Myers, Antonio Saraval, Rubens Barrichello, Jimmy Cabrera, Mayo Livingston, Nick Hargraves, Ethan Simeone, Vincenzo Saraceno, Matias Ramirez, Robbie Seward, Jason Alden, Matt Berry, Baylor Griffin, Michael Stevens make up the 17-cart field. Here as we line them up, they're going to slowly make their way out of the showcase hairpin turn number 10. It is time to go racing one more time this afternoon. NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior. An awesome close-up shot here of Gianfranco Mazzaferro and AJ Myers. They're going to get set to go green here. Everyone's got whatever pre-race ritual they want to do here on the grid. It is time to go racing. Like I said, one more time today. We do have one issue here, it looks like possibly on the grid. A couple of drivers out of place, so we're going to wave off that one. It looks like Ethan Simeone has stalled the Prime Power Team Burrell Art Machine. He'll get it back going, though. A nice push start there, and he's back underway. So that start wasn't waved off for Simeone, though. That was waved off for a different issue we found on the racetrack. It looked like a couple of guys on the inside lane were a little bit out of line. But the fence beginning to line here. It is time for the NRM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior drivers to decide the grid for their pre-final tomorrow morning. Some awesome camera shots we've got, and we'll have another one again close up on the front straightaway as it'll be time to go green. But Gary Carlton, Gianfranco Mazzaferro, your front row as Carlton looks to go 3 for 3 in the heat races. Your Max Speed Entertainment officials are going to line the field up into the grid spots. Carlton and Mazzaferro, row 1. Hawksworth and Myers, row 2. Saraval, Barrichello, row 3. Cabrera, Livingston, row 4. Hargraves, Simeone, row 5. Saraceno, Ramirez, row 6. Seward, Alden, row 7. Row 8 and 9 as well, set to go. Green flag from Cam Egger will go up, and away we go. Gianfranco Mazzaferro did not get a good start. Ethan Simeone, unfortunately, stalls the Prime Power Team Burrell Art once again. We'll try and get him back going here on the front straightaway. Chuck Yoder redeeming himself from 2016, not taking a diver this time, pushing a shifter cart to get back green. As we watch your leaders head through turn number 5, 6, and 7, Carlton leads the way. Jack Hawksworth second, AJ Myers third. Jack Hawksworth got a fantastic start. The Kuna USA Tony Kart driver from third up to second and onto the bumper of Formula K factory driver Gary Carlton. Carlton, your race leader through turns 1 and 2 as they exit and head for turn number 4. The first of the many hairpins here at the Ocala Grand Prix. A cart length advantage for Gary Carlton. Behind Jack Hawksworth is AJ Myers, who went to the outside of Gianfranco Mazzaferro off the start. Mazzaferro running in the 4th spot. 5th, Rubens Barrichello. 6th, Antonio Serra, or 6th actually, is Matias Ramirez, who got a phenomenal start. The Anderson Racing Team driver started outside the top 10 on the outside lane. He's moved up into what looks to be the 7th or 6th spot. P6 for Matias Ramirez. 7th, Antonio Saraval. 8th, Jimmy Cabrera. 9th, Mayo Livingston. 10th, Nicholas Hargraves. We're focused on this battle for second as AJ Myers closes to the bumper of IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship driver Jack Hawksworth. Behind him, Gianfranco Mazzaferro trying to close up to the top 3, as well as Rubens Barrichello. For the first time this weekend, Gary Carlton has a fight right at his doorstep as they go down the front straightaway. A great flyby shot of your and RM Motorsports Rock Shifter Senior Field as Myers goes to the bumper of Hawksworth. He's a half cart length away, now a full cart length. He'll dive to the inside in turn 4. Contact made. Myers to the outside in 5. No change in position. Hawksworth holds P2. But to turn number 7, can Myers go to the inside? He'll throw it in deep onto the brakes. AJ Myers with a great move to go to P2. Now the TB Kart USA official team driver tries to run down Formula K factory driver Gary Carlton. Carlton, your race leader, is Antonio Saraval. Goes purple that time by the CRG driver with a good run in terms of lap times, but he struggled off the start every single heat race. Carlton, again, the Formula K factory driver by 3 kart lengths over AJ Myers. He's had that Formula K kart tuned by specialty Formula K tuner Brian Betancourt under the Goodwood Kartways banner. As Gary Carlton leads, though, Myers with the father-son duo of Mike and AJ coming on strong here in heat number 3. He had a decent run in heat 2. Bad luck in heat 1. Now he's challenging for the lead and the win in heat number 3. 5 laps complete at the 12. It is a 5-kart breakaway up front in Rock Shifter Senior. An awesome battle getting underway here at the Ocala Grand Prix. The halfway signal will be given this time by Gary Carlton, your race leader. Here comes AJ Myers to the inside in turn 10. No move made as Gary Carlton holds the position with a great job to slam the door shut. Myers to the bumper over to turn number 1. He'll look to the inside again. Gary Carlton plays defensive. And now the field will start to back up behind the Formula K number 451. Myers to the bumper. Turn 4. No move. Now AJ Myers starts to try and decide which corner would be best. He'll go to the outside for turn 6. Into turn 7, to the inside. AJ Myers through to the lead in turn number 7. Gary Carlton having to hold back Jack Hawksworth. He'll do it in turn 10. Hawksworth now on the outside down the front stretch. He'll hold back Gianfranco Mazzaferro. A 5-way battle for the lead. AJ Myers to the point for the first time this weekend. Gary Carlton is still right there. He's lost a little ground though. Jack Hawksworth to the bumper as the field heads through turn number 4. Look at that line of go-karts all backed up behind the Formula K factory driver. AJ Myers starting to get away as Carlton begins to drive super defensively down to turn 7. Gianfranco Mazzaferro trying to get by Jack Hawksworth, and Gary Carlton's really backed up this line. AJ Myers takes a look back, and Carlton just blocking all the way every single corner on the racetrack. And it's only a matter of time right now before someone gets fed up and maybe gives him a little bit of a nudge in a corner. Gary Carlton, Jack Hawksworth, Gianfranco Mazzaferro, Matias Ramirez. Look at that line, ladies and gentlemen. A huge pack in the Rock Shifter Senior class, all stacked up behind the Formula K driver. Jack Hawksworth trying to get a good run. He got tripped up a little bit exiting turn 7. AJ Myers now nearly a 3-second advantage and growing. Look at the battle. Hawksworth all the way to the inside. Carlton, another nasty block there to hold on to the second spot. Gary Carlton fighting ferociously to hold on to P2. A 2-second advantage. Bruins Barrichello forcing his way by Matias Ramirez, who now falls behind Antonio Saraval. Gary Carlton through turn number 7 has Hawksworth right on the bumper. Down to turn 10. He'll defend again and just try to hold on. As this point, we've got 2 laps to go now. Hawksworth again to the inside. This time, Carlton can't hold him. Yes, he will. Gary Carlton, another good bit of defensive driving as Jack Hawksworth is still stuck behind him. Into turn number 4. Now Hawksworth has to deal with Gianfranco Mazzaferro. Mazzaferro trying to hold back Rubens Barrichello. Nothing but defensive driving. Blocks everywhere as they head for turn 7. The tree turn for the penultimate time. The white flag will fly this time by AJ Myers, your leader. Look at that, folks. A huge battle, all for second on back. 1 lap to go. Hawksworth again to the inside. Oh, contact! Jack Hawksworth through the grass. He'll fall all the way to the outside of the racetrack. Gary Carlton swerved so hard to the left it sent Hawksworth through the dirt. And now battle for third. Rubens Barrichello through on Gianfranco Mazzaferro. Carlton holds second unofficially as Hawksworth has fallen down to the 6th spot. Meanwhile, your race leader, AJ Myers, is clean sailing out of turn number 10. He will win heat number 3. Rubens Barrichello trying to go around the outside. Gary Carlton holds him back. Carlton holds on to P2 with some of the most aggressive defensive driving I have ever seen. Carlton P2, Barrichello P3, Matias Ramirez P4, Gianfranco Mazzaferro P5, Hawksworth finishes 6th, Mayo Livingston finishes 7th, Jimmy Cabrera 8th, Antonio Saraval 9th, Vincenzo Saraceno finishes 10th to round off the day's action. We've got a short break, but ladies and gentlemen, in about 45 minutes at 4 p.m., the debut of our brand new show, Max Speed Live on our official Facebook page for Max Speed Entertainment. And everyone, you will want to tune into that again, Facebook Live in about 45 minutes on the Max Speed Entertainment official page. But for everyone here in Ocala, day number 2 of 3 complete. Just one more day remains in the 2017 VCI powered by AM Engines Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour season. And it'll be pre-finals and finals all day long tomorrow. Rain is in the forecast. We'll see if we get any. But here, for everyone at the racetrack, for all of our Max Speed Entertainment officials and live broadcast crew, my name is Xander Clements, and I'll be back for the final day of action tomorrow morning here in Ocala.